And so we might as well jump into it. In 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are, into the land of Canaria, home of many fine peoples, but probably not nearly as fine as those named Dan. We will of course need a rapier and some chainmail armor here. I'm actually going to buy cloth armor for the other 3 characters so that they can waste turns. If they don't have an item in their inventory, then they're not able to pass their turn. They would have to punch or something. And so this will speed up that process of getting rid of them. There we go. All set there. Hey there, straight out of Melmond. Welcome in. And welcome in, everybody that decided to tune in. Hope you all enjoy the show here. And you know what? I don't think I even need to get any supplies along the way. We're going to be fighting imps for a little bit until we're ready to take on Garland here with just our solo fighter. So let me go ahead, put that on, put this on, save our game for safety, and let's go on an adventure. When black mages get killed faster, very, very slightly. And I wanted to have all the characters be fighter character class for this particular challenge. Oh, nice. Our 5 imps had a chance to strike first. That means I must have beaten the game with this cartridge the last time I used it. We will just waste our turn here. And let the imps go to town. It's actually hard for the imps to hit characters because we have no armor on, so our evasion score is actually really good. Too bad no Thunder Imps. That would definitely speed things up. It would be tough for Dan, though, to survive that. Dan gets critical hit. Why does this always happen to him? The only person I'm trying to keep alive here. And he's already taken more damage than 2 of my other fighters combined. Hey there, Ringing Steel. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. The imps are probably very confused what these fighters are doing. And where do they keep getting all these clothes from? That is my question. You can't just throw good clothing away like this. You gotta recycle it. Dan's still taking more damage than most of the other fighters here. Alright, Max is almost done. Almost got our first one out of the way. There we go. Alright, on to P-Knock next. Quit hitting Dan, please. I can't start attacking the imps until the other characters are dead, which is why Dan is not making progress on the fight here so far. We are waiting for the other 2 fighters to go down, and then Dan's time to shine will begin. Good, alright. A little bit safer looking. I was worried that Dan may die before the other 2 did, but we are on a better path now. He's still taking up a ridiculous amount of damage here. I think he'll be able to finish him off at the end. Everybody else holding those white flags up. Here we go, 2 people down. Dan gets a second critical. How are you doing this, Dan? The only person that's been critical hit. He takes 2 of them. I wonder if Dan's gonna survive this. He's gotta get some dodges. No, he's not gonna survive. Another critical. 3 critical hits on Dan. Do it again. Do it again, Dan. We tried so hard. And Dan failed so badly. I can't imagine somebody being that awful, but evidently, Dan has got this mastered. 3 critical hits on him. Nobody else got a single critical hit. How long do I expect this to take? At least a couple days. Really, it is going to be a situation where I imagine that up through Gurgir Volcano is going to take a while, and then we're going to do an Agama grind, and we're going to be like level 50, and we'll pretty much crush the rest of the game. Even solo, a fighter at level 50 is going to be a pretty potent force. But it's going to be tough until we get there. Hey there, Glassjaw, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Level 50 sounds like a lot, but remember that like after level, I think like 25 or so, the experience curve basically flattens out. And so it is almost a constant amount of experience for level to level. It goes up and down by very small amounts. It's like totally weird for the exact values, but it's basically constant. And so the second half of the game is not actually that long to grind through. It's like you spend more time getting up to like level 30 than you do from 30 to 50 to finish it off. And when you consider that you're getting quadruple normal experience as well, this is something that we've done before in some of the other challenge runs, where I will get one character higher level than the rest of the team, and it's usually been like maybe 2-3 hours at most to do that grind. It's like that is one of the easier parts overall. The harder part, I think, is going to be the start. I think for fighters, just getting out of the opening of the game is really the big challenge. So getting past Lich probably is where it is going to be really rough. And then after that, I imagine it gets a little bit nicer. Well, maybe not nice in Ice Cave. Ice Cave is going to be a thing, thanks to all of the paralysis that happens there. Hey there, Coach Day, welcome in. And will there be a chest grind? I hope so. I hope that we get to grind on some Agama's chests, as well as some Agamas. Alright, this time Dan doing slightly better. One more hit on Teep, and Dan will be able to go into action here. There we go, alright. This time, Dan has a little bit more HP to work with, and hopefully will not get crit. Again, Dan, stop it. Now you're just doing that on purpose. Also, Dan the BK, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy this solo fighter challenge over the next couple of days. Dan got critical hit again. I definitely can't take him anywhere. Alright, there we go. We got our other characters out of the way. Let me go ahead and save the game in case Dan dies like 6 more times. I wouldn't put it past him. And then we were going to start our grind. Getting ready for Astos. And I'm going to be thinking about this entire beginning of the game as Astos preparation. So you've got really a whole bunch of areas that you could focus on grinding. But I want to kind of like get to the ogres as fast as possible. Get all of the gear that I will need for Marsh Cave as quickly as I can, which is just assembling all of the iron components together that you can buy. Get that short sword and things like that. And then start an ogre grind like you've never seen before. And yes, not a pile of levels on one imp fight. Even getting quadruple normal experience. It'll be a couple of battles per level up here. No silver sword. We will have a silver sword eventually. But that'll be one of the last things we get, because it's really expensive. So, does anybody have some puns involving imps? Because we may need a stockpile of those to carry us through the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. Are we doing any Peninsula Power in this run? I think Peninsula Power will probably make an appearance at some point. I don't know if I have to do Peninsula Power, but it seems attractive. The reason being that once you've killed Astos, I think you're going to kind of struggle a bit in Earth Cave at the start. The undead, just the length of the cave, and the amount of damage the monsters in there can do. Even with all the iron gear, it's going to still be a bit of a hit. And we should be upgrading to a little bit of silver by that point as well. But let's say that we need some levels. Peninsula Power, probably the best choice for getting those. I could either grind Peninsula Power, or I could grind at Crescent Lake. Get the trolls and bulls, and focus on XP around the town, so that I don't have to go back to long walks. Who's gonna judge the imp puns? There is no judgmental behaviors here. Everybody is accepted. Except for Dan. Dan has to stand in the corner. Dan does enjoy long walks in the forest, especially when they are imp-plagued forests like these. Hey there, Laserlance, welcome in. Rough estimate, I will really withhold judgment until we get past Astos, which might be tonight. If I do like 5 hours a night, it'll probably be anywhere from 3 to 5 days worth of streams to finish this. I think it'd be very unlikely that I finish before Summer Games Done Quick, so that we wrap it up this week. But I think it'll be into the week after we come back, and that'll be fine. I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna forget how fighters work in the intervening days. This is not quite as much hold down the A button the game as Black Belts will be, but there is gonna be a lot of fighting. Fighting is pretty much our number 1, number 2, and number 3, as well as number 5 choices in combat. Is Solo Fighter or Black Belt better by the end of the game? Black Belt is going to be better. Black Belt beat Fighter around level 30 or so. Dan cannot hit this imp. Is number 4 running away? Yes. That is pretty much our 4th tactic. For level 3, we need basically 1 more battle here. I think that is 4 more imps to go. Do we get 4? We get 4. Let's see if this is enough. Is the bot up? No, the bot is not going to be running unless I am actually doing a test match that night. We'll have plenty of test matches prior to Season 3 starting, so I will probably mix in like 1 of those nights a week while we are doing the rest of the challenge runs. And then right before Season 3 starts, I'll probably do like 2 or 3 nights in a row of Season 3 testing, where everybody can play around with all the features and get their team in place for it. It's only 6 experience in imp. I need 1 more imp. A measly 1 imp worth of XP here. Triple Grimp, uh-oh. I don't know if Dan is ready for this. Hey there, King Booty. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the show, and thanks again for the continued support. Also hope you're having a wonderful evening here. by planning to time this, because it's going to be over multiple nights, I'm not really going to bother with a timer for it. We will have the VODs later to memorialize the challenge run overall. Alright, let's get 1 tent here for Temple of Fiends. Maybe get a couple of pure potions. Those are pretty handy. And you know what? Let's get some heals as well, because this is Dan we're talking about. He is almost certainly going to need them. And yep, this regular old Final Fantasy, if you've only been looking and playing randomizer, it is amazing how much slower the original game is. I'll take one more grip. These guys are worth a lot more than the regular MSR. Probably not going to get to level 4 here before Garland, but that's okay. We are looking to get a nice and easy Garland kill, grab our princess, and make our way over to the town of Provoka, where I can start getting the real cash. And now, Garland in all of his vanilla glory versus Dan. Garland up 1-0 so far. Dan now leads 10-3 on damage. Alright, Garland's up 16-10. 27-10. 27-25, it's a close match, but Garland's got more hit points than Dan does. That miss may prove costly, Dan. Alright, 28, that's a big swing. You could close it out here. Just gotta clinch a couple of rounds. Alright, Garland seems to have worn himself out, while Dan is just getting started. And here we go. Garland has fallen. Our first boss is finished. That means we get 2 items. The bridge and the loot. This also makes it so random teams have at least 1 early game monster. The way that the random teams work is that it actually balances them based on the expected point value of all the monsters. So a monster that is expected to score a lot of points on average will have a higher cost. And you're always given initially a 1 cost or a higher cost monster to start with. There's a lot of things that it does for the generation to kind of make it so that you have a little bit more compact teams as opposed to a whole bunch of $1 monsters. So you should be getting almost every time 1, if not 2, reasonably large monsters at the start of your team, and a bunch of $1, $2, and $3 fills to get up to the $25 amount. It would be an interesting idea to maybe look at some other generation techniques to see if they get other strategies for building teams up that people would be interested in. Fuels cost so much. They are super expensive. The early game is just poverty here. You got no money, no equipment. You die so easily, especially when your name is Dan. How do the monster teams work exactly? So the monster team is really just a collection of up to 10 monsters. There's a minimum number of monsters as well if you're creating a custom team that are supposed to target a particular value for the total value of the team there, if you add up all the individual monsters' cost. That's $25 for the way that I've put together Final Fantasy traditionally. And so it'll start with an empty list. It will, until you've reached, I think, $19, only pick monsters that are $6 or higher. And that way you kind of get a cluster of high-value ones. And then once it is past 19, it'll choose up to whatever amount of money that you have left. And there is also in it the kind of the concept of you need to have the minimum and maximum requirements met. And if it gets stuck, it'll just restart from the beginning. It almost always comes up with a team first try. And that is how random and suggestion mode works. Suggestion is just a random team that does not get automatically assigned to you right away. Oh, you get points based on the monsters taking action. So if you do exclamation point FFF, there's a pace spin for all of the monster values as well as what allows them to score points throughout the game. As well as some ways to get in bonuses. Hey there, Boza Cup, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. I think we'll go ahead and take Bicky out first. And I would like to see if I can get some pirate cash here, as well as some Kaizaku bucks. As those are two monsters that'll give me a lot of money quickly and try to get some better gear. Hey there, Nooster, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening and hope you're ready for some hopefully frame-perfect pirates. Now with Dan having chainmail armor, you're either going to get hit for 0 damage, 1 damage, 15 or 16. The 15 or 16 are the critical hits, which are fortunately fairly uncommon, which means for Dan only 50% of the time. Good work here so far. We are 3 for 3 in Pirates up to this point. This will definitely be a hold down A button type of fight. Anything that's got a lot of enemies is going to be a super slow battle here. You can immediately feel just like how much work there is. And when Dan misses, you curse him twice as hard. How long do I expect a solo fighter to take? I am thinking between 3 and 5 streams, with the stream length being around 5 hours long a night. It really depends on how long it takes to get to Guru Volcano. Because once you can do an Agama grind, you're going to be in pretty good shape for the rest of the game at that point. So, the big things early on are going to be the classic stuff. Marsh Cave, Astos, Lich. We don't have to go to Ordeals, but it would be nice to, because the Zeus Gauntlet there is really, really good. And you get an Ice Sword there as well. Use the gold bracelet, maybe. I think you probably want to keep the elemental armors on for a little bit, if you can grab something nice. But until you get them, then gold bracelet is the best defense you're going to have. Same absorb rating as the iron armor, but no weight penalty, essentially. Hey there, Karthus Pro. Welcome in. And you can't wait for the Solo Thief. I can wait for the Solo Thief. I think the Solo Thief is going to be pretty agonizing. Not only is the Solo Thief so much terrible of a character, but you also have to sculpt all the level ups, because you need to have enough vitality growth and strength growth to be able to finish the game. And you can't just accept the default level ups every time like I'm doing with the fighter. You actually have to save beforehand and reset if you don't get a good enough level up for it. Alright, 384. Do I want to get some more armor here? Or do I want to go for a sword right away? I want 550 for the short sword. Let me save up for a sword. Short sword and iron armor, I think, are the 2 priorities. Iron shield and iron helmet at the town of Elfland when we go over there. Let's see, can we beat a Kaizaku? We could probably beat one Kaizaku. This is a really good one. I mean, I'm going to spend a lot of my cash just saving the game in between the fights. But one Kaizaku I could definitely take on. If we got a 5 Kaizaku battle, it'd be much tougher. What did Spider have last night? I think Spider did have Blaze. We had a lot of points last night. It was a bloodbath. especially in game number 2. Game number 1, I think, was mostly about searching for the items. Game number 2 was not getting murdered by everything. Go ahead, burn an encounter off on the overworld section here. And let's go. Kaizaku battle number 2. First and third battles after power on Kaizaku's is a super classic grind that people found a long, long time ago, and actually the origin of where all the encounter manipulation came from is the observation that for most people, when you first turn your Nintendo on, if you're at Provoka and you start sailing around that ship, you're going to get a Kaizaku battle right away. And that kind of provoked a lot of questions about how the encounter generation worked, and people figured out over time where encounters were going to be in terms of steps, as well as what encounter formations they're going to be. And then it turned out that you couldn't really manipulate anything for combat results or the quantity of monsters, but you could control, to some extent, the formation and the location for where the battles were going to take place. And that was probably about 2008 or so, if I remember the timeline, for when a lot of that work was done. Alright, 644 there, that's enough to get the short sword. Our best weapon for a while until we can get the silver sword from Elfland. Silver sword, just too expensive for me to be able to get for a while. So I'll focus a little bit here on other things. I need 219 more experience, so once I hit level 5 with this short sword, that's when things are going to get much, much nicer. I'll have 2 attacks per round. I'll be able to easily take on ogres and other assorted beasties. Speaking of which, I wonder... I don't know if I can actually make it over to 5-5 here, all in one go. If I can get an ogre fight. Nope. One step away. That's okay, it just means I can get the ogre fights here where they are much closer. I want to see how short sword versus ogre does. Ooh, we're taking a lot of damage here. I think I could do 1 ogre. 2 ogres may be a little bit much right now. Is this the usual Dan speed? Yes, this is Dan plus on the speed settings. Alright, he could kill 1 ogre. Let's try again. We got 2 more ogre fights here coming up that we could use. No, I'm not going to do that. Let's try again. This next one is going to be up north, so we'll do it here. I can do it here. Actually, I want to do it near the town. I don't really have a good way of getting this next one. What is going on? I never get good ogres when I am trying to do speedruns like this. All these double ogres are amazing, but not what I want to see. Our next 2 ogre fights are going to be over on this part of the world, so I need to burn this encounter off. We got lucky that we didn't get a whole bunch of werewolves in there. And we'll have 1 crack at it here. See if we can successfully get a single ogre. Oh, and Randomania 2. Thank you very much for the host there. Hope those of you joining us from Randomania 2 had some wonderful randomizing action. Tonight, we're actually not doing a randomizer. We're doing a solo fighter challenge here. And the challenge right now is getting this game out of the early bits. So I'm going to try to get an ogre fight here. It's going to be an ogre fight. Yes, it's 1 ogre. This will be a much better chance of us surviving. We're going to do any Dragon Warrior 4 not before Summer Games Done Quick. The 2 nights that I have this week, tonight and tomorrow, are going to be all solo challenge. And I expect that, in total, if this is about say 20-25 hours to do the solo fighter, that we will probably have a couple of nights after Summer Games done quick as well. Alright, there was one ogre down. Let's get this other ogre fight. Hopefully he's another single here. If not, I can try to get the iguana coming up in the northern part. Yeah, we'll do the iguana instead. Using a lot of the technology from the speedruns for figuring out where monsters are going to be. Alright, iguana usually a little bit frisky, but he's solo guaranteed. So that is a pretty nice benefit to it. And we just need to get level 5. Once I hit level 5, I can probably actually do double ogre fights. They'll be risky, but will be fairly good experience overall. And it'll be a very quick way of getting all the money that we need for shopping. There we go, level 5. Hey there, Ski Twitch, welcome in. Somehow, Dan got selected for the role of lead fighting wrangler. I don't know how it happened, but he is doing completely acceptably so far. Everything that I expected him to do and more has happened. Our initial fight for killing off the other fighters, Dan actually managed to die, even though he had chainmail armor and everybody else was naked. I don't know how he did it, but he got 3 critical hits from imps in one battle. It was beautiful. Why not use the randomizer? Because I'm trying to do it on the original version of the game. That way anybody can get a similar type of experience. Hey, refuse to lose. I won't say that Dan is acting out of character. He is growing as a person. He is developing in ways that perhaps we didn't expect. And that's just always wonderful to see. Alright, another ogre over here. Normally ogre is quite rare, but if you know where they're going to spawn, it is an excellent way to get experience here in the early game. Nice, Dan. One-shotting the ogre there. I'll get one more iguana and ogre before heading back to town. And we should be able to get the iron mail at this point. Start stocking up on more items and think about what I need to grind for to get the Elfland shopping trip done. Last heal. Alright. Up into this zone for iguana fight. I wanted that iguana. Even get a first strike. How nice. Alright, 88 damage. Do you think Dan could take an ogre battle with 88 health? I think he can. I believe in you, Dan. It would be extremely uncommon for Dan to let me down in this. So let's go ahead and grab one more ogre fight here. Perfect. First strike and only one ogre. So no real danger of Dan dying. I'll be able to go ahead, grab the iron mail. That's 800 gold. We've already got the short sword. So we'll be next looking at the iron shield, iron helmet, and other assorted things that we could grab from Elfland, as well as start thinking about that couple thousand gold purchase we need in order to be able to afford the silver sword. What are we doing? Okay, 13-14. Seems pretty reasonable there. That's plus 9 defense. Now the ogre is way less threatening overall, because I don't really need this cloth armor anymore. I had cloth armor in the other inventory so they would be able to pass their turn. There's no way to actually pass a turn in Final Fantasy I NES version. There's no defend command or anything like that. Instead, all you can do is use an item in combat, which having like a cloth armor or a wood staff is the easiest way of getting that done. There's our supplies. Let's try to get a couple more Kaizaku battles in. We'll do another one of those ogre loops. It should be way easier. It'll be able to actually get all the ogre fights this time. once we do that, we will go next to Elfland. Ooh, triple Kaizaku. Let's see how good Dan accuracy has gotten at level 6. Most aquatic monsters are fairly tough to hit. Kaizaku are actually not as bad as, say, Sahags or Sharks would be. Kaizaku, they don't really have a lot of properties that most other aquatics have. For example, they are not weak to lightning, they are not strong against fire. Their evasion is not as good, although it's still better than most of the land monsters. And importantly, Kaizaku worth a whole bunch of cash here. One of the best monsters in terms of gold to experience ratio. Hey there, Mega the Gamer. It is indeed the One Fighter Challenge here. And when that fighter's name is Dan, you know it's going to be an adventure. Dan's been crit 10 times now. It's a 1% chance of crit for almost all the monsters in the game. There are some exceptions where you have a elevated crit hit rate for some monsters. Like that's why the tigers are so dangerous, for example. Because they crit all the time compared to the average monster. Very, very few monsters, though, have a critical hit rate other than 1%. .32 accuracy is actually correct. And does it help besides that? Yes. So, your overall accuracy score is used as an opposed check versus the monster's evasion to determine whether an individual hit lands. And there's always a chance that the monster is going to dodge, and there's always a chance that you get criticals, in which case you cannot miss. But in between, there is just a straight up differential check. And so as your accuracy score gets better, you will get closer and closer to your true number of hits per round. Unlike Dungeons & Dragons, where you have kind of a degrading measure, you know, after the first hit, you have a penalty applied to hit number 2 and a bigger penalty to hit number 3 and so on. Final Fantasy uses the same accuracy score for all of them. And it just has a lower chance of hit on average to kind of balance that out. Do crits roll before evasion? It's the same process. So essentially the way it's going to work is that when it is doing the 2-hit check, it will determine if that's a critical hit or not. And if it's a critical hit, it ignores the monster's stats for that check, so it just stops at that point. Hits it once for your regular attack damage, and then hits it a second time using your regular attack damage again, adds those two results together. So it works as kind of a little bit of a branch at the start of the process for what it looks for. Go ahead and grab the ogres here. I don't know if I want to do the Groger fight yet. Groger definitely would be worth quite a bit more experience. But Groger plus double ogre. I bet I could do it. I bet Dan could do this. He's already reasonably powerful. Level 6 fighter with iron armor is better than I'm going to have in the speedruns for taking on these monsters. I just don't have other characters as backup or as spellcasters or things to help out. Dan level 7. This is probably actually going to be money constrained more than anything. I think if I can get the silver sword at Elfland, I will probably be able to do Marsh Cave at that point. I'll need a lot of pure potions and heal potions, but I think I can do it with just the silver sword versus the fighters and the wizards. Wizards are going to be the hardest part, I would imagine, given how Marsh Cave typically behaves. Expecting Fighter to be the easiest? I think Red Mage might be easier. Fighter, Red Mage, and Black Belt, definitely the best three by far. White Mage, Black Mage, and Thief are going to be way, way tougher, especially the Thief. I might do just a Ninja one instead, rather than doing a Thief no class change. And the Apollon Afterglow, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Will I buy the steel armor just to show how amazing it is? No, we will not buy the steel armor. Not if it was the only armor sold in the entire world, and the rest of the world depended on it. We would still not buy the steel armor. Hey there, Avon Chaos, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. We're just getting our solo fighter challenge underway. Currently working on getting a silver sword so that we can try to take on Marsh Cave. And is the randomizer season done? Yes, season 2 of Final Fantasy is complete. Our winner was Max plus Pi. Two ogres here, Iguana and Ogre. I'll probably do the Ogre after that as well. I'm trying to think about how many ogres I can reliably take here. I think we can do most of these. I think we can do a pretty good number of ogres overall with how this party is put together. I need 711 more experience for another level up. That is 4 ogres. I don't think 3 ogres plus an iguana is enough, but we'll find out. Oh, nice, Evan. Glad you're going to be at Summer Games Done Quick the entire time. Hope you have a lot of fun at the event this year. Fight, and then it's gonna go ogre, 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 iguana, ogre. And then it's all ogre at that point. All ogre. At 153, iguana is almost as good as ogre is for experience. Not quite as good, and definitely not as good in the money department. Am I running anything at Summer Games Done Quick this year? I am not. Also, Adam, welcome in. Suspiciously like Dragon Warrior 1, there may be some similarities. It is possible that there is a slight resemblance in some aspects, but I assure you, totally coincidental. First of all, there's no magic chest grind, so it's not nearly as good in that regard. I just wanted to stay down. Oops. Went one zone too far to the north. That's okay. We'll get back on our ogre track. I've got ogre, iguana, ogre to finish it out. One of the things I think I'm going to enjoy about this challenge is just getting readapted to the speed of the non-randomized version of this game. It was such a shock, like the first couple of minutes stepping out. It's like, how could you ever have any problems walking at these slow speeds? But I remember like all the times that a walking mistake would end a speedrun just turning the wrong direction. But it's like watching all of it in slow motion now. Do I need to worry about my skill advancement at level up? So, Final Fantasy, the way the system works is that there are guaranteed attributes at each level up that you're always going to have, and then a random chance for the other attributes to happen. For the fighter, I think you've got enough capacity to spare that if you're going to level 50, you should have no problems with being able to beat the game. Other character classes, like the Thief, is not true for that. So for example, with a Thief, if you don't get enough vitality growth and enough strength growth, you're not going to be able to win. And it doesn't matter if you're level 50, you're going to really, really struggle still. So there are going to be some classes where I have to actually be very, very cautious about things. And for the fighter, I think I don't really need to worry too much. I will find out later if I am regretting my lack of carefully scripted stat gains over time. But as of right now, I think it'll be okay. Are stack increases different before or after class change for classes other than the Black Belt? No. Black Belt is the one oddity where his stat growth changes based on the upgrade status. So, every other character class, there is no change. Fighter and Thief get spell slot growth, but that is not impacting their stabble scores, the strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, luck gains that you get for regular level ups. Specty, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here and ready to chill out to quite a lot of Final Fantasy today and tomorrow. I could probably do it right in the dock here. I don't need to be super precise for this walk. Is there a way to manipulate the level up growth? No. It is just save scumming. You, for the fighter, are going to save before your level ups. You're going to get as close as possible. You're going to do a fight, reset if you get bad stats, and try again. Which makes doing extended grinds like Gurkha Volcano impossible, because you have to save in between each level up. Alright, Specty, have a happy lurking there. Alright, so there's my silver sword. We're not quite ready for the Marsh Cave yet because we don't have a bunch of gear that I need, as well as a lot of items. So we will do a small bit of additional money farming right here. But we got a really big upgrade for our damage. That is a big one to have. Dan needs the steel armor. He needs the steel armor. Like he needs a gigantic hole in his socks. Gonna get the iron shield and the wooden hat. Wooden hat not really worth buying. I mean, for that matter, you shouldn't get the gloves either, but I at least had the restraint to not buy those. Would I ever revisit Final Fantasy any percent? I think that I would have to work on new routing for those, and that just takes a really big block of time to kind of invest in. Like this year, I want to do, as my priorities, Dragon Warrior 4 and Final Fantasy 6. So I know that I'm not going to be able to get a huge block of time like that for at least kind of the near term. But who knows after Final Fantasy 6 is done what I will be doing as my big mainstream games. And Captain Vittles, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Yep, Random NG, we are doing the base game. No conveniences here of any kind. Just a normal Final Fantasy cartridge on a normal Nintendo. Yeah, for those of you that missed kind of my earlier discussions a couple weeks ago, so I finished up Shadowrun. I think I've got as good of a time as I'm going to get in that game unless somebody discovers a substantially new route. So Shadowrun is done, and my next project is Dragon Warrior 4, which we've been working on every now and then during streams. I think Dragon Warrior 4 is super fun. It's going to take me a while to get really comfortable with the game and be proficient in it. But I think it's an absolutely wonderful speedrun to do as well as a wonderful game to play. And at some point, once Dragon Warrior 4 starts calming down, is when I'll start doing Final Fantasy 6. And the category for Final Fantasy 6 that I'm doing is glitchless. So it is not going to be sketch glitch. It's not going to be using Joker Doom or any of the exploitable glitches. There's some things in Final Fantasy 6 that you can't help but do. Like, there's just no way around the fact that magic defense in that game is busted, or darkness doesn't work, or any of a variety of other bugs, so those are not considered part of glitchless. But I was kind of intrigued by the glitchless category because there's a lot of tech that goes into the boss battles especially that make it look super interesting. And I've played Final Fantasy 6 in the past for speedrunning, and I've enjoyed it quite a lot, so I already know that I like playing the game. Alright, how are we doing for items here? I don't have any tents. Let me grab those for this upcoming grind. Playing Final Fantasy 9 blind, that's a really good one. People had a lot of complaints about Final Fantasy 8. There were even complaints about Final Fantasy 7 for how they were moving away from the classic formula for what the Final Fantasy games felt like. And Final Fantasy 9 was very deliberately modeled on like the first couple of games. That's why you have the four fiends come back. You've got, you know, Carrie, Lich, Crack, and Tiamat as late game bosses and things. So they were very clearly throwing in as much as they could for that original feel. Black mages are the main character class with the absolutely original black mage styling. Hey there, Epic Name Bro. Hope you're having a good evening, Marcus, and welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes here. I think the solo fighter, of all the 6 character classes, is the one that probably is the easiest to understand what the plan is going to be. You beat people up, you get gear, you murder some Agamas and have a gigantic Agama barbecue, and then life is good. When we get to the later solo challenges, that's when I think it is going to be more interesting about what we have to do to make this game work out. And I agree there with Adam about Kefka's Tower glitchless really is something that is spectacular. The statue fights, as well as just the fact that you're doing that place so ridiculously underleveled and undergeared without any real deviation from what you might think of. Maybe the rods are going to be something that you didn't do in a casual playthrough, but it's nothing like super crazy. Just lots and lots of really cool bits of manipulation of the enemy AI, as well as exploiting boss weaknesses. Think solo white mage is going to be pretty easy? I think that fighter, red mage, black belt, those are 3 that are going to be easy. White mage, it is going to be a rough start. Like, that is definitely going to take a while to be able to get to beating Astos there. White mage does have the benefit of Peninsula power grinding, though. So once you're able to start getting some spells, you can at least get some harm 2s off and get experience that way, which Thief is not going to have that advantage. Thief is going to be the worst by far. Hey there, Super Papoose. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here tonight. Currently doing another ogre loop here for money. I got my silver sword as well as most of the gear that I am planning to have for the Marsh Cave. Now I need to get a whole bunch of heal potions, pure potions, tents, and so on, so that we'll be able to actually do that dive in there. Think Black Belt's gonna be boring? Black Belt, I mean, they don't have a lot of armor. Their trade-off, compared to the fighter here, is Black Belt's gonna have way less armor. They're gonna be a lot slower to develop their physical attack, so their offense is gonna be less. But they make up for it with the late game being really good, and also having, like, pretty decent magic defense. And it'll be interesting to see if that magic defense advantage is going to make enough of a difference in places like Earth Cave and Ice Cave, where you have these giant packs of paralyzing undead. Because that's what I really worry about for the mid-game for the fighter. He's going to have 400 hit points pretty soon. Like, that's going to be no big deal for taking a lot of damage to the face. But if you get stun-locked, like, you're just never getting out of that. 9 images, and you're toast. So what does the Black Belt do? Well, he's going to take a lot more damage. He certainly can't survive tanking that many rounds. But if you can avoid the stun lock in the first place, that'll be what I think is the big difference maker. And I don't know if the Black Belt's magic defense is going to be good enough for that to work. Kenny Star 76, welcome in, and Yagamoth, welcome in as well. Enjoy the lurking, and hope you have a pleasant evening, Yagamoth. I was watching you do some Final Fantasy V earlier for the 4-Job Fiesta. Yep, no class change. I may break down and class change the thief rather than doing all 6 of them pure classes. But certainly for the fighter, Red Mage, Black Belt, I don't think I will need to really struggle without class change. Red Mage, maybe. There's a couple of good spells like Warp that would be really nice to have, but nothing super essential. You can still get a decent spell collection on the Red Mage there. And Greffrey, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. I can actually head on to the other side. We're about to get our last ogre of this loop, and we'll see if we get enough money for our shopping. I mean, Nintendo Power says you need 99 pure potions for the Marsh Cave, and I bet they know what they're talking about. So we're gonna do a lot of pure potion shopping. Maybe some heal potions as well. Last ogre right here. "99 pure potions separates fighters of class from Melmon natives." Well, I certainly don't want to be confused with a Melmon resident, so we will see how many pure potions I am able to buy. And yeah, the Silver Sword, really big upgrade overall. It's by far the best sword that you can get in the early parts of the game. And for that reason, they actually took it out of Elfland in the remakes, and you cannot get the Silver Sword until you get to Crescent Lake in later versions. Let's go with 5. $10. $15. And 20 of those. That'll be good enough for right now. I'm going to get a couple of tents here that will be able to save the game right before Marsh Cave as well as right afterwards. And a decent-sized stack of heals. We need to save again at Elflands. Let me leave at least 150 gold here at the end. Actually dangerous sailing from Provoka to Elfland because of the Odd Eyes. Odd Eye just sits there and does stun over and over again, which with a single character party is pretty problematic if he does that. You can actually get into stun lock loops, where the Odd Eye uses only one move ever, and you will be stunned again the same turn that you wake up, and just forever soft locking the game. I've seen Jay Cooper have that happen to him. Sub 4 hours. I think we can do the shopping in under 4 hours. I feel pretty confident that I will do the shopping in less than 3 hours, in fact. Alright, there we go. Got my heal potions. See how many we end up getting for each of those. So we have 37 heals, 23 pures. It will have to do for now. Good news is that you're going to get poisoned way less often in the Marsh Cave with only one character. How long does it take you to buy 99 heal potions? So it depends a little bit on what shop you're in, because the more items in the shop, the slower it redraws the screen by a couple frames. It's like a very small effect, but over 99 heal potions, it actually adds up to, I think, like 4 seconds difference between Canary, which has 3 items, and say Crescent Lake, which has 5. But in general, you should budget around 6 seconds per heal potion. Also depends on what your rhythm is like. Everything about Final Fantasy in the shop menu is got a little bit of a delay to it. So there is intentionally like a rhythm that you need. It's kind of like the spread gun in Contra. You're not trying to mash as fast as possible. You won't be lined up with when the game actually starts accepting input. Instead, you got to be like right on the pace that it expects. And so you're actually pressing the button slower until you hit up with the rhythm. And then if you've been playing the game for a long time, it's pretty easy to be on the right rhythm for the shops. Otherwise, it takes you a little bit of cycles around before you get the feel for it. Alright, time for Dan to sing us the most beautiful song in the world. The song of his people. Lovely performance, Dan. Absolutely riveting. So, let's go ahead. Drop in at the end. And I don't know where I am in the encounter cycle right now because I have not been counting the fights out. So I'm going to walk over to Marsh Cave. And we will tent there and set up a more convenient battle to be entering this on. Actually, I might start it from here because I need to burn 6 encounters, I believe, to get a reasonably good set of fights going through. Nice, and Dan level 10. That is wonderful to see there. Alright, let's start from here. So, reset the beginning of the encounter cycle. We'll be checking out our battles here as we go across. So there's the Ogre Creep fight to start with. We're going to move into a slightly less good zone. We might get a Geist encounter. We do not want Geists. Anything with stun touch is really bad. Crawl is going to be really bad when we go through this cave. I'm expecting this to maybe take a couple tries as a result. Alright, only one Geist is not as bad as it could have been, and Dan doesn't even get paralyzed. What is this world coming to? Should be Grimp Wolf. Have our Arachnid fight. Could actually do these 2 ogre battles, but Dan just gotta level up. He's not gonna get level 11 anytime soon. Do all the variants of solo play allow strapping items to corpses? I've never seen anybody that did solo runs that didn't allow it. There's not like any formal rules. These are just things that I have kind of made my decisions on for what I want to do for the challenge run. And if any of you would like to do a solo character challenge or any challenge of Final Fantasy, feel free to make whatever changes necessary to have fun with it. Hey there, Diamond Dummy 44432. Bingo is indeed over. We are in between Seasons 2 and Seasons 3 right now. Doing our solo challenges to pass a little bit of time. That crawl is the scary one. Dan, get out of there. Oh, Dan's paralyzed. Alright, we're gonna get boned. There is a boning commencing. Dan's still paralyzed there. I might try again on that. I need to get through 2 crawl battles in this dungeon. So skip 6 encounters. I guess I wanted to strategize this a little bit differently. I could go with the bone double crawl fight. There's a variant of this which has 0 to 2 crawls, and you could hope that you get 0 crawls each time. I went with the variant that has 1 crawl in it, and upside is you never get 2 crawls. The downside is you always have 1. So you have to at least be able to survive through that round initially in order to get through that fight. Solo Thief, no class change. I've never done these solo challenges on stream before. I've done a bunch offline way back in the day, but this is the first time doing them while streaming to show them off. So I think makes it a lot more fun when you can talk to people while doing these grinds. There's a little bit of grinding, I would say. Just a tiny amount in the solo challenges runs overall. What if I can kill the crawl? Nope! Good try, Dan. Yeah, I've done all thieves. I've done all 6 of the all 4 character class challenges. Solo, though, a little bit different. Dan will get it eventually. I have faith. Blind faith is what'll get us through this. Jay Coper did all the solo characters. I don't know if Ness or Toad ever did the solo characters for it, but I know Jay Coper did. That was probably like 3 or so years ago now, when he was rolling through those. Oh, Ness did all the solo characters as well? I'll have to check some of those out to see what strategies he used. Alright, down we go again. If we continue to struggle with this, I may try to improvise a route that has no crawls in it. I'm willing to take scorpions and things that I otherwise would not normally be fighting in a speedrun, because your fighter here is going to have a bunch more defense on average. She's going to be able to survive gargoyles and scorpions without much of a problem. Well, there's 2 extra steps. It doesn't matter. Dan is going to die here anyway. I'm pretty confident. Oh, he doesn't get paralyzed. Dan does not get paralyzed. But he doesn't kill the crawl, alright? So we've learned an important lesson. You don't have a guaranteed crawl kill, even if Dan goes first in the round. So running might be a better plan overall. Now that we've got the crawl down. Alright, the rest of it's good. But an important lesson for the future is that we may have to think about that strategy for this. Here's the other crawl fight. It's an ambush, and Dan's paralyzed. All right, Dan, you get out. You got a 1 in 4 chance to snap it out. This time I'm going to let it go a little bit longer and see if we can make it through, even if it takes a couple tries. Dan's back down. Dan's back up. Gotta win this initiative round once. Dan's back down. Dan's back up. Dan's back down. Dan is getting boned. Alright, that's his first paralysis failure, which is a 75% chance of failing to get out of it. I'm impressed that he made 3 in a row. 4 out of 5 now, and he gets through the fight. Alright, that was big. Good job, Dan. You made it past the crawl. Alright, FDI, have a good night. And thanks for hanging out here today. See, I don't really need to grab any of the other items in here. I could pick up some money, like get the copper bracelet or things. But I would rather just kill monsters for money, as opposed to grabbing these items here. I want to get experience as much as possible. We're about to have an experience here. It is time for the wizards. 2, 3, or 4 wizards. We were hoping for 2. It is 3. We'll see how Dan does. 7-8's pretty good. He'll be able to 2-shot him. Take about 60 damage that round. This is survivable-ish. I'd really like it, though, if one of these wizards died right here. Come on, wizard, go down. No, Dan missed! Dan missed. We're under 100 hit points left. Alright, that helped. Last wizard. Dan can probably survive one more hit. Take him out, Dan. Take him out. He didn't take him out. 24. 22. Dan. Dan delivers. We got him. Wizards, first try. Easy, every time. And there is our crown. All right. That was pretty big. So we got the Marsh Cave crown done, but I'm not sure, based on that, if we're going to be able to actually beat Astos here. Like, we might need a couple more levels to have a reasonable chance at it. Astos is going to be, as always, a tricky fight. You got to survive the rub for the start. Let's say we do that. Then you've got, after the rub, a real problem, because in a couple of rounds, he's going to get around to those Fire 2s and Ice 2s. Fire 2 and Lit 2 for him. And that is going to be bad for your health. And he will eventually start getting some debuffs like slow on you as well. So you're not going to be able to do much damage. In the meantime, you need to be doing criticals. And we're going to be looking for a whole bunch of criticals in the first couple of turns to say that we're going to have a reasonably good chance of surviving the fight. Hey there, Llama Pals. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes. Yeah, if you get a good luck seed, definitely think could happen on Astos. He is not impossible, just very difficult. We are still improvising a little bit. Now, coming up is a bone crawl fight. We got one more crawl fight to escape from. This one is a 0, 1, or 2 crawl battle. Cross your fingers that we make it to the exit without seeing it. But if we get into the fight, then double cross your fingers that we are going to survive. We are not quite out of the woods yet. There's the staircase. We're coming up on it, and made it. Let's see how many steps away we were. We had plenty of room. Plenty of room. Alright, Vicarian, happy lurking there. I will definitely have fun doing this. It's a really fun change of pace type of challenge. When you've only got one character, especially when that character is Dan. Because a lot of challenge runs, they don't play that much differently, even though you've only got, certain restrictions that you have on the characters. Because you still fundamentally have a lot of the same properties that you rely on. Like, in a multi-character team, the ability to have decoys, to have somebody that can soak up a lot of damage, buff spells and things. But in these solo character challenges, it's going to be a lot more maniacally focused on absolutely one character doing whatever they do perfectly. Here we go. Let's see. What is Astos like? We can beat Astos. It opens up a whole bunch of new stuff that's really exciting. Miss. We did 0 damage in the first round. Good start. 24. Okay, we're doing better than just straight up criticals. That's important. If we can actually do non-critical damage, our odds of success go way, way up. As for our odds of surviving rub, it's about a 40% chance of not being rubbed here, so you're going to see Dan die quite a lot in the early rounds. And yes, evidently, the evil man behind the evil man, behind the Dark Elves, was Astos. Also behind the banana smuggling. He's in on all the criminal trades. Oh, 88 damage! We can survive the rub here, we're in great shape. No, Dan didn't survive. We had 128 damage on him. 121 damage. 128 would have been better. That was an amazing start on it, and then Dan took a nap. There's 21. 43. We are 0 for 4 on rubs so far. But we are trying again. Am I sure it's 40% for Dan? Maybe a little bit higher. It might be slightly higher for Dan. Try again. 0 for 5 on rubs. We'll get him though. I think we have enough to beat him, especially with a good crit like that. I'm gonna let the RNG spin here for a second because we saw holding down. Nope, didn't make a difference. Didn't make a difference. The last time we saw an 88-point crit, holding the A button down, got a good second round, but a third round was bad. So far, science may say Dan has a 100% chance of being rubbed, but science may be correct. It may be correct in this case. It's either 7 or 8 now. There we go. Dan did not get rubbed in the first round, but he only did 10 damage. So our slowest start yet, but we are into the rest of the fight. 24 damage. We got slowed, so now we do way less. We need those big crits. A miss is not good. Fast is okay. We're just going to take a little bit more damage from him now. The misses, though, we do not want to see those. 58. 86. We got some time before the next rub happens. I don't know how Dan is losing even more intelligence, but he's managing it. 87. Dan is not in the dark. 107. 108. Good, Astos, keep punching. Keep punching here. 124. Maybe a little bit less punching. Just dial the punching back a little bit. 148. Got him. There we go. Astos is done. That will allow us to now do the Mystic Key quest, and then the real grind starts. Getting through Earth Cave is gonna be an experience. So let's get started with that process. Really what made it special was that Dan did it first time. First try. Less than an hour and a half through Astos. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting it to take longer. We are not even quite at an hour and a half for the stream so far. So a little bit better than I expected for the start, but coming up is where I think the tough stuff is. Earth Cave and Ice Cave are going to be absolutely grueling to get through. Will I get the silver equipment before going to Lich? Yes. We will have the silver gear coming up pretty soon here. 110, is that enough to do the walk back and forth? I think so, because we can start getting cabins at this stage. So let me go ahead and save the game. Walking up here. Begin doing my Mystic Key section of the game. This will be about 10 or so minutes before we get headed back on the road again. And there's nothing really important at Melmond, but going to Crescent Lake, we'll be able to get a whole bunch of upgrades. So, other than the body armor, all the other silver gear is really good. So we'll get a helmet, a shield, and a gauntlet. We've already got the silver sword, so we're good there. And that is going to be as good as it gets for the trip into Earth Cave. You cannot get anything better at that stage of the game. You simply have to get past Lit to get the canoe to open up anything else. So that is, unlike Randomizer, not an opportunity to really improve yourself much more than that. You know what? I don't think I actually need to do any of the shopping here yet. Let me go ahead and just get the key. One of the things I'll get with the key is also access to a couple of good items which I can sell. So like the Coral Sword, Rune Sword, Were Sword. With only one character and already having the Silver Sword in hand, we don't need any of those upgrades. And so those are going to be worth a couple thousand gold each. That'll be a big chunk of the cash that I'm going to need at Crescent Lake here coming up. Hey there, Toku here. Welcome in. And thank you very much for the good wishes on the challenge. I hope it goes well. I'm expecting it to be between 3 and 5 streams. But I will definitely evaluate after tomorrow night where I think things are going. It'll be, let's say, 5 hours a night. So you think about tonight and tomorrow night, that's like 10 hours into it. I think that it'll have a pretty good estimate of exactly how long it'll take at that point. I mean, we could be shocked and be like, alright, 10 hours and we're done. But I think Fighter, even still, will be not quite that easy. Alright, Matoya, I've got a crystal for you. Please accept this wondrous item in exchange for some crummy old herb. And so, the fetch questing continues. Can't runs are so painful with solo characters. You've got nobody else to help you out. You also have a slight run penalty with the other characters being dead because of the way that runs are incorrectly implemented. My run chance of success is being compared against the third character's status ailment, and death is a flag in the status ailment set that is going to be a fairly substantial penalty for my run chance. Normally you'd have at like level 15 or so, like a 95% chance of running. And I think we were down to like a 75% with third character being dead. It is tough carrying the corpses around. I was considering maybe getting them petrified instead of dying, because petrification should be less of a penalty, but that would require getting them revived and taking them to another fight and surviving the fight against something like Medusa or Gur-Medusa, which seems like a lot of work overall. And so I decided to just say, once they're dead, they stay dead the entire game, and they have no ability to participate other than carrying around all of Dan's worldly possessions. What we get for this herb, it is surprisingly the Mystic Key. What a vanilla game here so far. We got a bridge and a loot. We got a crown, a crystal, an herb, a key. As if it's not even randomized. Now, to the side here, let's grab a couple items so I can sell the silver hammer here coming up, and you get a little bit of cash as well for the shopping. Got a bunch more in Dwarf Cave, and that's actually my first gauntlet piece. I didn't buy the gloves, because gloves at 1 absorb are really not worth it. Alright, wolves are fine. We should also have no problem dealing with the gargoyles in Temple of Fiends. So I'm going to actually go up to Temple of Fiends next, before I do the Dwarf Cave trip. This is to get the Rune and Wear swords out of the temple, and I'm going to be just getting that for cash here right now, so I can buy all my Crescent Lake stuff. Alright, these are scary. Don't want to get paralyzed by the odd eye. Dan! It gets paralyzed. Alright, try again. I might have to kill them for safety. We can get out of this stun lock. They do nothing but gaze at you every turn, so I need to wake up the last action of round and then go the first action of the next round. It is pretty extensive amounts of time it's going to take. This could be slower than the Astos fight. Dan's up, alright. You get 1 kill. Dan's back down, but he got 1. That's good. I am shocked he was that fast. He's back up again. Let's see, does he outspeed the odd eye? No, he doesn't. Try again, Dan. Try again. I think to answer your question, Dan's Labyrinth, for the way that I've got the challenge set up, and people can come up with different ideas for the challenges, is I am willing to let the other characters just be used as inventory space, because you have no shared inventory in Final Fantasy 1. It is just a single set of 4 weapons and 4 armor that each character has. So this lets me use those dead bodies as things. But they can't do anything else out. So when we started the game off, the very first thing I did was just sit in combat until the other 3 characters were dead, and then Dan, by himself, finished the fight. There was no attacks or anything prior to the other 3 characters being knocked out. And I'm not going to revive them, they're not going to be able to get spells or anything like that. So they will stay at level 1 with 0 experience points the entire time. Dan. Yep, still paralyzed. You gotta see rounds where Dan goes after the odd eye, or he has to survive the gaze that round. Like this time here. Ineffective, alright, we got a chance. We got a chance. Come Come on, Dan, outspeed. He did not outspeed. Keep trying, Dan. You can do it. You can do it. At this point, it is sheer stubbornness, which is going to get us through the battle. Or we're going to die in the process. Which would be amazing. But I knew this would be a terrifying fight. This is what it's going to be like going through every single part of the Earth Cave and Ice Cave. Except we'll take way more damage per round. So we won't have nearly as many tries to break out of things. Paralyzed. Dan is up, but he has to survive. Got it. Alright, we're gonna let the RNG spin. We're going to get a random RNG value. Dan outspeeds the odd eye. We got it. Is there a way to avoid this? Yeah, you could just save a whole bunch and reset if you get a bad encounter. And Sherazad, welcome in. We were 2 squares away from the town of Canaria, might I say. 2 squares away from safety when that happened. But it's okay. We got through it. Let's go ahead and start stocking up on items here. I would like to buy quite a few tents. We're going to be very intense in this run. There's 5. $10. $15. $20. $25. $30. That should be enough for right now. I'm gonna grab 40 heal potions here as well. And when I come back from Temple of Fiends, I should be able to max out at 99 heal potions. I'll get a couple thousand gold from selling off the Ware and Rune Swords that we pick up there. Then we'll go over to Dwarf Cave and grab some more things that we can pawn. And by the time we finish up that and head to Crescent Lake, I should be able to afford all of the silver gear. It's only about, I think, 7,500 total. Should be 2,500 apiece for the helmet, shield, and gauntlet when we buy the silver items there. And that'll give me a little bit better defense as well as decent evasion. We're not going to be saving on weight penalty really because I simply have not used gauntlets up to this point. Shields are always 0 weight penalty, and my helmet's wood, so I didn't end up getting the heavy iron stuff beforehand. Once we do that, we have to make a plan. The interesting thing will be, do we go Peninsula Power or not? If we could actually kill the monsters there, that would be really impressive for our experience growth. And certainly much, much faster than trying to do monsters around the Melmond or Crescent Lake area. I'm not 100% confident, though, that we'll have a tremendous success, but I'd like to give it a try. Alright, Dan, get rid of Silver Hammer for armor. We've got, I think, just junk in there, because we can use the Copper Gauntlet for now. That is acceptable. Let's do our Temple of Fiends trip here. We're gonna grind at Melmond. I mean, Groger and Hyena are really not that much better than what we had pre-Astos. Whereas if we can get Crescent Lake, Troll, Bull, Pede, or Peninsula Power, Zombull, Troll, Giant, those are things which are just substantially more your experience overall. I think Crescent Lake may be actually still fairly good, because with solo character, it's going to be a struggle killing more than one troll, bowler, giant at a time, and Crescent Lake's going to give them in a little bit more digestible sized chunk. Do Earth too much damage to grind? I think they would. Earth Elemental is, even in the late game when you have, you know, like the Dragon Mail, still going to hit you pretty hard. So I remember, like, when you grind on Earth Elementals here, typically in the speed run, you're taking like 40 to 60 damage a hit. You're going to use a couple of heal potions per battle, and there's no place to restock your heal potions anywhere near the Earth Cave. So you run through your resources really fast, and you take a long walk to get more. Whereas Crescent Lake or Peninsula Power, you're right there for being able to just save the game or walk back to town if necessary. Hall of Giants is an interesting idea. Hall of Giants has a lot of iguanas in it, though. I might think about it, though, for this party. With solo fighter, giant at a time is not bad. I just wonder, it might not be a bad choice. It's again a really long walk back to civilization to get more supplies. But you'd be getting the battles really fast, and you'd be predictably doing, you know, 1 or 2 giants as opposed to getting 3, 4 like you might in Peninsula Power. Or all the other stuff like Cobra, Scorpion that you get in Crescent Lake. Alright, I think what we're learning here is Dan is incapable of running. His legs have been broken. He is contractually obligated to finish the fights. Should not be any undead on the way back, so we are good here. For our trip back down, especially once we get into Imp Country. Small number of non-Imp monsters. You would have Wolf, Grimp, and I think Mad Pony in the starter zone as your 1 in 64. I know Kenny Star, it's amazing what they can do with some simple plastic surgery these days. Okay, Rune Sword's going. Where's Sword's going? That's enough cash to max out my heal potions here. And let's get those stocked up. So right now we are at 30 tenths. We have 18 pures, which should be good for a while, but I will buy a couple more. Let's get 12 pure potions here. There's 2 down. Seven down, 5 to go. Hey there, C:\\. Thank you very much for the good wishes. We will definitely need to sort a lot of things. Sorting, though, is one of Dan's favorite pastimes, up there with crocheting. Yes, now we are buying up to 99 heal potions. We got about half of the heal potion shopping done beforehand. So I imagine only about 50 or so required to max us out here. Got the Dwarf Cave coming up. Be able to get another decent-sized chunk of cash, particularly on that Dragon Sword inside. Coral Sword is an Earth Cave, and I don't want to dive into Earth Cave prior to buying my silver gear. So I'll have the Dragon. We'll have a couple of other things I can sell from Dwarf Cave, and some cash left over for this, because it's not going to take all of my money to buy heal potions here. Am I planning on no class change? Yes. It is a no class change playthrough for the fighter. Definitely no class change for the black belt. The other 4 character classes, I may think about doing class change on. Certainly Ninja would be much, much easier than Thief. And White Wizard and Black Wizard also much easier than their respective base classes. So those are serious considerations if I go down that far. Fighter and Black Belt though, I mean, Black Belt has no benefit to class changing, actually gets worse. Fighter, you're missing out on some armor. And you're missing out on Cure 1 and Cure 2. So those are things which would be a little bit of a help, but nothing too substantial. And once you got the Mazmoon, you're good to go, but Mazmoon's going to be a one-time shot. You have no ability to escape from the dungeon, so I cannot get the Mazmoon and grind with it. It's going to be Sun Sword for a while beforehand. Do I have a seed that is favorable to fighter routing? I'm just winging it as I go. I'm doing a lot of hard resets as well. For things like the grinded Provoka for the Kaizaku and ogres. Those are things which you are setting it back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. I did a bunch of resets for Marsh Cave to try to reduce the number of bad fights in there. I was mostly worried about the crawls, because that's the first time you really have a nasty undead monster. In fact, it's one of the nastiest because of how many attacks per round it gets. If only the fighter could equip the defense sword. I think Sun Sword is better than defense. Like, just straight up, I would rather have a Sun Sword than a defense sword. And he can use the defense sword as an item. So, in combat, you know, you've got a lot of things. I just realized we never got the TNT, which would be kind of helpful here for blowing open that canal. So before I grab the Dwarven treasure chest, let's get the TNT so I actually get everything from that in one trip. Dan made a minor tactical error. Actually, I think I got a reset right here. This is post-shopping. This is where I meant to grab the items. So let's do this now, and then walk over there. It's been a while, okay? It's been a while since we've done this. Couple things you can sell for cash, particularly that silver knife, worth a couple $100. Over here we got some armor we can sell. There's our TNT. Alright, now we're ready to go. I haven't grabbed the stuff out of Astos' castle yet. If I don't have enough money for the silver gear with just the dwarf cave items, and I can make a quick guess at that before I go over there. But I could grab the power staff for 12,345 gold. I'd like to have that power staff though for my my supply shopping. At some point going to be necessary to start switching over to cabins just for ease of use, if nothing else. When you're taking a couple hundred points of damage, you don't want to have to go 30 HP at a time with tents to recover that. Now that I think about it, it's probably cheaper than I think to do this playthrough, because we've only got one character to outfit. I'm used to having pretty much 2 or 3 sets of items to buy in a lot of these trips. So that should maybe adjust down what I've got to do for item acquisition here. We might be good without the power staff. I need 7,500 gold from Crescent, and I can also murder a dwarf and steal his stuff. That's a pretty reasonable amount here already. Get our helmet upgrade. Dragon Sword's gonna sell for 4,000. Another knife. We've got the house coming up, which unfortunately you can't sell that thing. Silver Mail will sell for a lot. That's 37.50 right there. Oh yeah, we got plenty. We have enough. to do this, and we can let the power staff sit there for a while. No mummy grind for this team. Being put to sleep would be way too difficult to deal with a solo character. Even though mummies are a really good experience in gold, we need something that is not going to have status elements to do our next grind here coming up. I think either Crescent Lake, Hall of Giants, or Peninsula Power are probably the top 3 choices overall. I might grind Crescent Lake to like level 15, and that way I've got a really good chance of running if I need to get out of like Hall of Giants or walk back from Peninsula Power afterwards. Peninsula Power is going to give you the most XP per minute, but it's also really tough. The nice thing about Hall of Giants is that it's super consistent getting the giant fight over and over again, even if you got some extra iguanas scattered here and there. Alright, look at the beautiful town of Melmond and say goodbye. We may come back there later. But there is absolutely no reason whatsoever that we need to set foot inside of Melmond until we have the slab and can talk to the wonderful Dr. Ed. Do you get extra damage with stun and sleep? No. In the base game, there is no penalty for that. We were actually talking about that recently, because with Dragon Warrior 4, interestingly, you get a bonus to your armor rating when you're asleep. So if you're asleep in Dragon Warrior 4, you take half damage, which is so unlike other games that I can think of. That, like, I'm having trouble coming up with examples of where they've used a similar system. Final Fantasy 1 NES is neutral. There is no benefit or penalty to the damage rating based on your status elements. Let's try it. I mean, Troll's going to be doing pretty small damage. He's got 3 attacks that are slightly weaker than each of the Bull's attacks. So if this goes well, then I would say that Crescent Lake is going to be a pretty good starting point for the grind. And then I may switch to Hall of Giants just to have some fun there. I mean, you would never get to do Hall of Giants in a speedrun. So why not try it out? Down. We're doing reasonable damage here. We actually don't have quite enough damage to easily take on giants quite yet. It would be like a 6-round fight to do one of those Hall of Giant battles. And I'd like to have that a little bit faster before I'm going in there. Ooh, that's a really good experience. We need 2 more of those size battles to get the next level. Alright, so we're going to upgrade you to iron for right now, and then really this can go, this can go, this can go, and we're selling these 2 off for later. I don't really care about those. We're going to sell these off, use the fighters for my storage bins. There we go. Got all my gear squared away that I want to redeem for cash. Oh, and yes. Bulls were a little bit less than the Trolls, so not quite as good of a battle as last time, but I'll still take it. It's good having large quantities of these monsters. Assuming we survive the process. I think Dan will survive. He's a trooper. Dan has done things that I would say few others would even dare to attempt. Forgotten where the base game stuff was. It's pretty common. Like, it is tough to remember the base game if you're not playing it regularly. And for me, it's easy to remember where all the speedrun stuff is. Like, anything that's on the speedrun route, yeah, totally good. For things that are kind of off the beaten path, like if you ask me which chest is the giant sword in Gurgly Volcano, it'd be like, somewhere in that little zigzaggy maze, I think, but I wouldn't be able to tell you this is the specific chest to go to. I would just know this is the floor that it's on. Triple P'd, I think we could maybe get this experience for EXP'd, so good for experience, but Dan, so very fragile here. Nope. Alright. This is why we save. And into the town of Crescent Lake we go. Let's go ahead and get our silver gear upgraded. So sell this stuff off. We've got 3 pieces here to upgrade, so this can go. This can go, and this can go. We need a shield, a helmet, and a gauntlet. And like that. Nice little boost. Will definitely help with the monsters around here. And because the evasion penalty is quite low, it will be not as bad of a deal when we have to handle the undead in Earth Cave coming up. I am so worried about those undead fights. Like, that is going to be brutal. I'll definitely try to avoid the Spectre Geist as best I can. I would rather take wizards than Spectre Geist at this stage. Like, not even close. Let's start stacking up on cabins here next. These will be a little bit more efficient to use than having to double tent or heal potion plus 10 outside of combat. Why not the Silver Axe? So the Silver Axe has a much lower accuracy score than the Silver Sword does. And this is true in general for axes. Their accuracy is really bad, so it's going to be harder to get multiple attacks per round, and it's harder to land contact on monsters. I'd rather have a slower amount of damage that is much more consistent than hope that you get a really big damage roll on something. And it's true up until the very late game when you need criticals for everything. Our cockatrices, the worst enemies in the Earth Cave. They're in smaller quantities than Spectre Geist will be, and Spectre Geist with 3 attacks per round are going to have a higher chance of inflicting paralysis. I think if you get paralyzed in a big Spectre Geist battle, you're never getting out of it. Unlike those odd eyes that we got through, there was only 2 odd eyes, they did 1 attack per round. Spectre Geist, you could have 27 attacks per round. Like, you are just not surviving that unless you have the 10th turn in 1 round, the 1 in 4 paralysis wake up, and then the first turn in the next round, which is a huge stack of things that have to happen in your favor. Cockatrices are pretty bad, though. They're definitely going to be rough. Here's Dan, level 12. And these fights are definitely not too bad. We will get up to like level 15 or so, and then I think we'll do Hall of Giants for a bit. We'll see how that goes. Hall of Giants is either going to be a great idea or the worst idea ever. I'm not sure which. Alright, 5 rounds of the piece. This is what I was worried about for the Giants as well. We're at a stage currently we just don't do quite enough damage. Like, if you had a 4-character party, you'd be killing 1 of these per round. And it'd be like, no big deal. Doing a couple of Pete fights or things. But with single character, even with being at a pretty decent level right now, compared to where you would be at in a speedrun coming through here, you've got a lot of work to do to get those kills in. Alright, we need 1 more Pede-sized battle to get that level up. Or a couple Giants, Trolls, and Bulls. What is the planned endgame equipment? I mean, the very end of the game, we're going to have the Mazhune, but before that, we're going to have the Sun Sword for a long time. We obviously have a ribbon on him. And for body armor and shield, you're going to top out at the Flame Ice tier. So you're not going to be able to use the Opal items, and you're not going to be able to use the Dragon Mail. So it doesn't really matter which Flame or Ice armor or Flame or Ice shield that you have, because they're all the same physical absorb rating. Unfortunately, I don't think Dan's going to be finishing this one off. 3 peeds, perhaps 1 peed too many to take out. It was good information. But 3 peeds is not something I want to tackle. 2 peeds was okay. I think we could do a 2 peed fight. Definitely do 2 troll 1 bull. We've seen this a couple times already, and with the silver gear now, we're taking way less damage. Since these guys have 2 or 3 attacks per round, you have to actually multiply out the benefit of the gear upgrades. So like if you got, from Iron Shield for 4 absorb to Silver Shield 8 absorb, plus 4. Well, it's plus 4 to each of those hits. So Bull got reduced by 8, Troll got reduced by 12 for damage. And similar to like the Gauntlet slot and the Helmet slot. So they got really big reductions. Whereas Peds, because they've got a single large hit, they're not easily swayed because you only have a 1x multiplier to the benefits of those gear upgrades. Giants are going to be more like Peds than like Trolls or Bulls. Which is one factor in my level consideration. Hey Cluster, welcome in. You may have missed 2 grinds, but you're here for grind number 3. And that's what counts. I was actually shocked that Marsh Cave and Astos went as well as they did. It was like a 4th or 5th try for both of them. Everything in Marsh Cave retrying was because of crawls, and that was pretty much what I expected. Astos, well, maybe there was like 8 or 9 rubs in a row that he landed, but after that, the first time that he failed to land the rub, we got him. And I was thinking it would be a while longer before the fighter was able to actually damage Astos, even with the silver sword. But it turned out that we were already at a level where we could do like maybe 10 or 15 damage per hit. And that's enough, given that you make it through the rub, to take that fight over. Is Opal Bracelet a good choice for this? So Opal Bracelet could be interesting there. It would be the same defense rating as Flame or Ice Mail. And by the time I get there, I would have a ribbon already, so I wouldn't have to care about the elemental defense. Benefit of Opal Bracelet is it has a much lower weight penalty. So you're only taking 1 weight penalty instead of the 10 that the magic armors have. Armor goes up in weight penalty until you reach silver, which goes down, and then the magic armors, which go way, way down. So you go from like 33 weight penalty with steel mail to 10 for flame, ice, opal, dragon. They all have a flat weight penalty on it. So it's not quite as big of an advantage as you might think, but it would still be like a 4.5% better dodge rate. How does weight work? So you take the weight penalty, divide by 2, and subtract that number from your evasion score. So let's say your base evasion, naked, is 50. And you put on the iron armor, which has a weight penalty of 23. So you take 23, you divide it by 2, that's 11.5. And now your penalty for evasion is applied. So 50 minus 11.5, which is really 12, you're going to have a 38 evasion score. And so when a monster has their physical attack, it is their accuracy score versus your evasion score that determines whether they hit you or not. So your evasion went down, which means they're more likely to land attacks. But it'll be a very fuzzy formula in some ways. I like to basically approximate it, though, by divide by 2 and call that the percentage that you're going to have for the difference. Shiveruka, welcome in. Dan only challenge. I mean, we've been talking about the fighter challenge for a while. I thought that because we're doing this to wrap up Season 2 of Final Fantasy, we're going to name the other 3 characters after our top 3 for the fantasy season. And who better to carry the day? The ever-present member of the Light Warrior. Select it 1,389 consecutive times to our teams. Dan is going to be the one that is running the show here. This is what Dan was doing on his week off. It will hopefully not take an entire week, but it will be at least a couple days for each of these. I think that based on how fighter goes, I will have a pretty good idea about black belt. Black belt's going to be slower at the start, but basically identical for the second half of the game overall. And so I expect this one to actually be perhaps the fastest of all of the solo character challenges by a bit. But black belt and red mage not that much longer. Alright, Shiveruka, have a happy lurking there. And enjoy the sleep. Where would I be right now if Dan was a thief? Probably in prison. Dan would get us all busted right away. I think that Thief Dan would be, he'd probably be at the boat by now. I mean, you're looking at at least a solid hour of imp grinding to be able to take on the opening fight against Garland. And then you got to beat the pirates. And you might be saying, like, why is it, like, so much more worse for the thief there? It's because the thief only has 4 defense, and the fighter's got 15 with the chainmail. So every one of those hits is doing 11 more damage. So think about the pirate situation. You're taking 99 more damage per round. It is going to be a hugely bigger struggle to get through that. Solo Thief, no class change. It is a lot of work. Thief, if I do that one, may be one that I do class change for. I mean, first of all, you need to have basically going through there all your level up sculpted. So when I say that, I mean that you have random stat gains in addition to the fixed base stat gains. Those all need to be perfect for every level for the thief, up to like level 44 or something, to be able to have enough strength and vitality to realistically do Temple of Fiends. And that's a really big pain because you can't just stay at one place and grind for a while. You have to be saving in between every level up. And so, like, you can't Agama grind, you can't really eye grind. Those places which are going to be super quick to do level 25 through 50 with a fighter are much more labor intensive. And then the start of the game is just so much worse. It is so much worse with a thief that it's ridiculous. What conceivable reason could there be to get a silver sword before the 3rd tier spells? If you're a red mage, you need to be level 6 to get the 3rd tier spells. So Fire 2 is your first charge, level 6. Your second charge is level 7. I think you can have the money for the silver sword prior to that level. Like, I got the the equipment basically at level 5 for Dan here with the fighter. And you're probably spending a little bit more money because of healing and recovery, but I don't think you'd even be level 6 before you could afford everything. Also, Fred, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. And I hope those of you joining me from Fred's channel had a wonderful time. We're currently doing a solo fighter challenge here for Final Fantasy. We got just a fighter named Dan and some dreams. And those dreams are hopefully going to come true over the next couple of nights. I'm actually impressed that, like, 2 hours in, we've already gotten past Astos. We're working on figuring out what we need to get past Lich. That's going to be a big one. Earth Cave is going to be terrible in general. Alright, almost at level 15. Level 15 is roughly where my chance to run is going to cap out. Hey there, Crimson Avex. Thank you very much for the good wishes as well. And Dr. I mean, congratulations on your Dan support. I knew another person would come around to liking Dan. I had faith that one day there'd be a second Dan supporter out there. It'll be wonderful. I think Dan is going to do excellent. He did have a little bit of a rocky start. The very first battle, where I was trying to get the other characters killed off. Dan's got chainmail, everybody else is naked, so he's got 15 more absorbed than anybody else. And he's in the back slot, so he's the least likely to be targeted. He gets critical hit 3 times and dies before I can finish the fight off. It's like, what an auspicious start to your adventure there, Dan. You're doing really good. Alright, we need 8,000 now. So there was a suggestion to try Hall Giants, and I think we will at least give it a crack. So I'm going to buy some more cabins here for recovery outside. We're going to need a lot of these things. Each cabin worth about the same as 2 heal potions. Houses would be worth 4 heal potions, and I can't quite afford to blow 3,000 gold on 4 heal potions at the current time. But I will at least see how this works out. The upside of Hall of Giants is going to be that you get a battle every step. The downside is you're going to have iguanas that are just going to be turn wasters, and you're nowhere near any place that you can recover at. So it's a long walk to get to Melmond for an inn, or a really long walk to get to an item shop. So you're not going to be able to spend that long sustained doing the grind before you have to pop out again. Let's get 3 more cabins here. I mean, we're almost at the point where we can claim that money is of no object. I want to make sure I stay, though, comfortably under the level at which somebody may ask me to buy the steel armor. We want to make sure that steel armor is impossible to purchase at any time. I will buy as many houses as necessary for that to be true. Also doing the longer walk here. You cannot get the canoe in the base game until you've beaten Lich. So I do not have the shortcut going across there. We will be back, though, at some point with our imminent Lich successes to grab that canoe and go on to new adventures. If Hall of Giants doesn't work out, my other 2 alternatives are staying here at Crescent Lake. You're getting bulls, trolls, giants, peds. These are decent fights overall. You don't want to do the Scorpion Cobra, because it's just a whole bunch of poisoning and small monsters, which takes a long time to clean up. But almost everything else there is pretty good. And we got Peninsula Power as a classic suggestion as well. Most of the Peninsula Power fights are going to be pretty tough, but I'm thinking we could do a Zombo fight. We wouldn't want to take a pack of 4 Zombles on, but, you know, 1 or 2 Zombles, Zombo plus Troll, I think would be reasonable. Obviously, we're skipping the frost wolves and things. But those are kind of our main ideas that I think make sense for the 3 places I would try grinding here. When I do hard reset grinding, I would do that for Peninsula Power, because first and third encounter after Power On are where the Zombles are. And so that's going to be the fastest way to get Zomble battles, is to do hard resets. Also, any fun memories of Season 2? I mean, trying out Can instead of Dan for a night, that was fun. We had some classic throwback nights. Maybe we had our best chaos ever with the 1 HP survival. We had a couple of good ones in there. I think that the season went by so fast. It was broken up into kind of 2 pieces because of some weeks I took off in like March. So I kind of feel like it was really just the second half of the season that I remember a lot of. I don't remember a lot about the first half. Oh, I remember that skill farming. We needed a skill square for the bingo card. And we had a couple that were in the boss pool, and the bosses just refused to cast skills. Like, not even one. It was physical attack after physical attack and spell after spell after spell. Just sitting there for like 20 turns on chaos. He didn't use any skills at all. I have no idea where they were. And Cheese Grater, thank you very much for the host there. Hope those of you joining me from the Cheese Graters channel had a wonderful time and are ready for a Final Fantasy Challenge run. We are working on Solo Fighter here. Right now trying to get ready for the Earth Cave. I'm seeing if Hall of Giants is a reasonable strategy. And it's looking a little bit still dicey for our damage. We just got to 3 attacks per round with the Silver Sword, which is good. But I'm taking a lot of damage in return still. And yes, Durandex, this is just a regular copy of Final Fantasy. This is not randomized, not a flashcard or anything. Plain old Final Fantasy and a regular old Nintendo. Was Dazzle Tyro this season or the previous one? I think Dazzle Tyro was the season 1. I remember that being a while ago. We've had a couple of times where Tyro or Warmech or like the battle right before, one of those two, was where I got the skill square and denied it. We had a lot of close finishes. Well, we had one recently for a full clear of Temple of Fiends, where we found basically almost back-to-back the 2 items for different lines. Alright, 2,000. It's a pretty good amount of experience here for these fights. We need 2 more battles to get level 16, it looks like. Or 4 more giants. I should probably count them in giants instead of battles. The iguanas don't really count. They're just filler. Instead, I want to keep track of the number of giants killed here. I think it's roughly 1,000 points per giant. Be 1050 for zombies. Yeah, 1032 for giants. I remember that team. I think that was way longer. That feels like a Season 1 event there. That was, I believe, before we actually had the ruling on check versus have. One of those times was when it actually came into play for it, where we actually, on the very last item, got what I needed, and so check versus have was given its definitive stand at that point. A couple of heal potions required per battle, so you can't stay here that long. But you're getting 1,000 XP per giant. And obviously it's really fast triggering the fights because every single step is going to be a giant battle. So let's see, this is going to put me 2,000 over, which is 1,000 into the level. And that means we need roughly 10 giants per level right now. So every 5 to 10 battles, we'll be getting a level up here. I think this is worth taking to like level 20 or so. And then we're going to see how bad Earth Cave is. At level 20, I feel like I've got a reasonably big enough bump to my magic defense that we hopefully don't get paralyzed every single time we run into undead. And I'll still try to steer around the undead and cockatrices as best we can. There's 2 giants, well 3 giants to the level, out of 10. Already over 400 hit points. Lich will not nuke us today. Well, he probably will at some point. I think it's unlikely that we will go nukeless on Lich, although it is possible. I wonder if that's going to be critical. So a solo character and no healing, you're going to have 2 things kind of counterbalance. Solo character is going to have less AoE damage from all the blizzards and nukes and things, so you need less heal potions as a result. But certainly you're going to be in the fights longer, because you're going to be running slower, you're going to be taking longer to kill the fiends. Am I going to need more or less healing than I typically would as a result? And remember that we have no Cure 1s or Cure 2s off the characters, because I'm not going to class change. So I'm only going to have the 99 heal potions for Temple of Fiends to work with. That could be an interesting conundrum at the end. Just that a bit of healing and whether going nukeless on Lich will make enough of a difference. That saves me about 10 heal potions, and if we're doing enough damage to one-shot him, it wouldn't be unreasonable to try to set up a nukeless Lich. Like, just go in there, reset if we don't get it, and redo that top bit of the temple. This is way, way in the future, but I'm just thinking ahead to it. Why no class change? Just for the challenge. Defense plus the heal staff could be an option. That does take a while, though, to grind out those heals. And you can't really do it against monsters that have physical attacks, because they'll eventually crit you. And you don't get a lot of progress that way. It works better when you have the white shirt and like 3 people with heal items. So 2 heal helmets, a heal staff go in each round. Then you can heal scum really efficiently. When it's just one person by themselves, it's tougher to come out ahead when you're only getting like 16 average per round. What a very rude giant not dying to Dan. I thought we had an agreement, giant. I pay you the cash, you take a fall. Alright, yeah, we're half a giant away from being done. So pretty close here. If you're curious about the conversion rate, I believe it is 7 iguanas to the giant. So each of these iguanas is worth 1/7 of one of my 10 giants that I need for the level up right now. These mathematical factors are important to keep track of. And a giant, of course, is 0.4 of an agama, so that all works out. The math checks out here. Do I know when they added randomized heals? Heal potions? I mean, they were always randomized in Final Fantasy. The way it works is that outside of battle, it uses a different bit of code, so it's always 30 HP, but inside of combat, it is the exact same as Cure 1 when you throw them. And that's always been true. Like the drink command here, if I was to use a heal potion, it would give me 16 to 31 randomly for the range for it. And the remakes, they just made it so it was always doing that, rather than having the two separate behaviors. Yeah, in the remakes, they should be random out of battle as well. But it's just because they had a separate code path for out of battle versus in battle. The heal potions, though, in battle are the same random ones. And it should be the same ranges as well. Until, I think, GBA may have improved the quality of the heals. I remember them tinkering with a lot of the formulas there for the amount of recovery that you get. Alright, another 8 giants for this level. I mean, it kind of makes sense, soft hands, but why can you get a better heal in combat than out of combat? Like, normally when you have, you know, a take 10 or a take 20 in Dungeons and Dragons, it's like the best result that you're going to get for doing that action, as opposed to sometimes getting better when you are not prepared. That's the part that seems shady. Also, 7 more giants to go. Oh, this is a lot of iguanas. This might be... I'm going to count this as a giant worth of iguana. So we'll say 6 giants to go from here. I do like that we have 3 attacks per round. Our hit points are pretty good. Trying to debate myself into being willing to start the Earth Cave now. I mean, certainly starting it's probably fine. Going down to Vampire and back seems reasonable. Actually, is that reasonable? It's the most amount of 3rd floor walking that you're gonna get, and you don't have a way to go down to 4th floor to avoid Spectre Geist encounters. Could be a bit of a challenge. Are there any items in Earth that I want? No, there's no upgrades in Earth that I can get. My next good item, if I want to go to Ordeals, get the Zeus Gauntlet, the gold bracelet, and the ice sword there. Those are all really good, and the heal staff's nice. I could definitely use that. Ice Cave's gonna have the floater, which obviously is of high importance. And I could get the Ice Mail there. Ice Mail would obsolete the gold bracelet in terms of value. You get the Ice Shield as well. Ice Shield's a little bit easier to access. And so I probably go with that instead. I actually don't need the Flame Sword from Ice Cave. I've already got the Ice Sword at the time. These are considerations which we may take into account here. Do you mean, why don't people just use the heal staff and heal helmet out of battle and get infinite free healing? Probably because Dan is not smart enough to think of that. He cannot get the items to work unless he's pressured. Are we probably gonna do Earth, Canoe, Ordeals, Ice? Yeah, that's the likely order. That's what I do in the speedruns. And I think it generally makes sense here as well. But you have an argument for let's not do Ordeals, just go right to Ice Cave. And I think the reason not to do that is because Ordeals is probably going to have a better path through it, where we can get rid of the sorcerers. We, with some effort, can get rid of the man-cats. Although man-cats, well, no, we're not going to have fire resistance. Yeah, man-cats would be pretty bad. Unless they go Ice Cave first. Man-cats and gargoyles are not going to be fun. So we probably want to do Ordeals, but with a lot of encounter manipulation. And then go to Ice Cave, taking the Zeus Gauntlet for like the wizard fights to make those semi-reasonable. Flamer Ice and the Under Steel Armor. I mean, for a long time it's going to be probably the Flame Mail. Because I don't really want to get the Ice Mail out of that room and deal with the Frosties. But there was a suggestion to get the Opal Bracelet. And I think that's a pretty good one, because Opal Bracelet is going to have lower weight penalty, and so we'll have a better chance of evasion. And we don't actually need the elemental defense with the ribbon on. I don't see a way to avoid the ribbon. We don't have access to Dragon Mail or Aegis Shield, so we need to have just like basic elemental coverage with that. And you're going to get status and earth and time and all that as well, so it just seems like a smarter play to do ribbon plus opal, and then either Flamer Ice Shield and Pro Ring, because it's the best physical defense ring, in addition to having the nice death resistance effect to it. So almost a standard equipment set for like a red wizard. Is Opal Bracelet the same as the Flamer Ice defense? Yes, it should be 34. 24 for Iron Armor, which is the same as Gold. 15 for Chainmail, which is the same as Silver Bracelet. And then 34 for Flame Mail, Ice Mail, and Opal Bracelet. And then 42 for Opal Armor and Dragon Mail. Getting one more level. One more level. Yep, Power Glove does nothing. It's the same as a Silver Gauntlet for defense, so it would be 2 less absorb and 1 more weight penalty than the Opal Gauntlet, and 2 more weight penalty than the Pro Ring. Oh man, if we had access to the Power Glove, so many of these challenges would be immensely easier. 4 Thieves with the Power Glove would be a walk in the park compared to what we had to do. Solo characters especially as well, for being able to buff up with those saber spells. But alas, none of that stuff works. You didn't like the Power Glove. It is pretty bad, I hear. I think the problem now is just that most Power Gloves are in pretty bad shape. Like, they're a piece of cloth for a large part of it, and rubber, which easily breaks down and is very hard to replace the parts on. And they came in sizes. So, like, if you're trying to find a size that fits you, now it's really hard. And unlike a lot of Japanese stuff that you can import, where people took good care of it, the Japanese sizes are smaller than US sizes. So you're going to have an even harder time finding one that fits. Dan has recklessly wasted most of my heal potions here, but we are just about at level 19. I need one more giant, plus some iguana accompaniment. That might do it. That might indeed do it. It'll do it. It'll be fine. What was better between the Nintendo Power Glove and the Sega Activator? I don't think I've ever seen anybody with a Sega Activator. Power Glove at least has, like, a funny reputation. Nobody knows what the Activator is. Dan, level 19. I want to go for level 20. I could probably swing it. 14,000 experience. Now we'll get out of here. We've done some good work here. We've done some good work. I need to restock on heal potions. And let's get a crack at the vampire. I think that'll be a fun trip. Make sure we save because even though we leveled up a whole bunch, Spectre and Geist would be absolutely just crushing us. I guess Ghoul and Geist here outside. You wouldn't have Spectres on the overworld. Favorite NES accessory is the Power Pad. I like the Power Pad. I wish more games did interesting things with the Power Pad as an option. Because it's basically the same idea as like all the Wii Fit stuff. And what made Wii Fit successful is that it wasn't like just junk. Like it would actually work and register your controls. And you could do some fun stuff on top of it, so. If somebody made a slightly higher quality Power Pad, that would be my, like, pick for top accessory. So we're gonna restock on heal potions at Canaria. That's probably my most convenient item shop right now. Light gun. I thought Duck Hunt was really fun when I first got it. And like within a week, I don't think I ever wanted to play Duck Hunt again. And there's not that many more good light gun games. They made some really ridiculously hard ones, but there's not like a lot of good, well-playing light gun games. Bayou Billy with light gun, I've seen that. I would not recommend it. But I've seen that. iPhone strobing light with a light gun and duck hunt. I don't know because I actually have a CRT TV. So I actually have something that a light gun would work on. But I know that most systems, because with a flat screen TV, they don't have the same way that redraws the screen. The light gun is just not able to pick it up. And people have started making replacement light guns. And this is true for like the NES light gun. I've seen it for like the PS1 as well. PlayStation had this really funky light gun thing where you had to plug the video cable through the light gun cable. It was nuts, but people are working on it. And I'm just so glad I don't have to deal with any of that. If I ever want to get the urge to play a light gun game, I'll just use my TV. Hey Celia, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here tonight. We're doing some heal potion shopping, and then we're gonna try to kill the vampire here. I will have to do some improv for this. I don't really know of a good entry point to Earth Cave that avoids undead. Like, most of the ones I plan out, the things I want to avoid are Cockatrice and Wizard. And in this case, Wizard's actually not that bad. Cockatrice is less bad than undead, because they're gonna miss a lot for their stone touch, whereas undead are gonna hit very frequently for paralysis. And they're both essentially a game over. So all of my routes are kind of slightly optimized for the wrong sets of monsters. And we'll see if we can come up with a solution that goes through there with a minimal amount of pain on the 3rd floor for this vampire trip coming in. There we go, 99 heal potions done. I want to get some more cabins and tents. I think we're good for right now. I will consider this acceptable for the time being. Let's go back to Earth here. We'll do a hard reset right before Earth Cave, and I'll start at the beginning of the encounter cycle and progressively work my way upward if we don't have a good set of monsters from the beginning. We don't need to pick up anything in here, so like no coral sword or things like that. It's going to be a very quick in and out type of trip. Our cash is ridiculous already. We're going to have so much money in this because the fighter just simply doesn't need a lot of resources. Can't buy any spells. We're done with buying, well, we might buy 1 pro ring, but we're basically done with buying weapons and armor. How was Astos? Once he got a successful non-rub, which I will admit, Dan may have been rubbed like 9 times in a row at the start, but once we had our first successful one, we beat him first try. It took less levels than I thought to get to the point where you're doing damage to Astos without a critical hit. And it's because I got the silver sword access that it was so much better than a lot of the ones that I've done in the past. Alright, so we're gonna have Bull, Ass, Bull here. Those are all fine. Next floor is all fine. It's gonna be when we get to 3rd floor that things get exciting. 1st and 2nd floor I should just ignore. There shouldn't be anything here that have paralysis. It's gonna be Groger. We have Gargoyle, Arachnid, Bull, Troll Bull. Trying to see if I can get to the stairs by the Arachnid fight. Whether it'd be worth going at that point. I would have an Image fight the 4th battle. I'd have a Mummy fight as well. Some of these are not so good. Alright, there's the Arachnid, so I'm losing ground already. Prior to the Mummy and Image. Let's look ahead. So we have next floor, Groger, Mummy, Image, Wizard, Image, Werewolf, Cockatrice, Groger, Image. That's a lot of undead there. But it's all images as opposed to Spectre Geist, so smaller quantities. I guess we can give it a try. Let's see what it's like going in on it. Oh yeah, the crawls in Marsh Cave are the highest number of attacks for a paralyzing monster until you get to Gurmedusa for this playthrough, and that's like a pretty big gap in terms of locations. Also, by the time you get Gurmedusa, you have fire resistance, so you can just ignore their hits. It's gonna be a big swing. Alright, coming up to the Mummy. This is our stretch of bad stuff starting. Mummy, Image, Wizard, Image. Great Mummy fight. Mummy would have been the easiest of those to get through, compared to the images. That's gonna be fine. Vampire's got stun touch. Let's see how this goes. We need 3 hits on him. There we go. 2 hits. Got a critical that time. So there's the vampire down, but will we successfully get this ruby back out? Image, wizard, image, image is going to be the return fights, and these are all kind of bad. I actually don't mind the wizard as much as I care about these things, though. First one done. Wizard should be 3 rounds. There's 2. And 3. You missed the Dragon Warrior Death Warps. I would definitely give up half my cash to keep those items. Dragon Warrior is super convenient for diving into a dungeon and then death warping out rather than having to walk all the way through. Oh, and then it's 6 images. Come on, Dan. Yeah, Dan's paralyzed. He made it through 1 attack. And even though this is only 1 or 2 damage a hit, it's probably not recoverable. We'll give it some time to play out. We got a pretty good chunk of the way through. So if we can salvage this, great. But Dan each turn has a 1 in 4 chance of snapping out of it. He basically needs to be going at the end of the turn, and then going the next turn like the first one. That was a good one. Now he got paralyzed again. See, like, he can do it. There's a chance. But a very, very small chance. So close. Got another chance here. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. Got it. There we go. Those levels definitely helping to reduce the paralysis rate. If I was like level 9, which I'd be at a speedrun, it would be a lot closer to 50-50 for getting paralyzed. Don't cheer yet. Now we should be okay. Now we should be fine. There's Anth99. We are in fact using the plain old Final Fantasy cartridge on the plain old Nintendo Entertainment System. Hello back. How you doing? Is it a top loader? Yes, it is. Dan is out of there. Let's keep going. There shouldn't be anything bad here. Poisonous monsters is the worst that the first 2 floors has to offer. Never seen regular enemies run away. Around this point in the game, like level 20 to 25, if you're in the low level zones, you will start seeing enemies flee. Peds will be even lower. They're like level 15. They've got one of the lowest morale scores. And it kind of scales like that, where if you are 15 to 20 levels over where you should normally be out of the game, that's when you see a whole bunch of enemies run. The only run that we're going to be doing is straight to Sarda. Get this ruby exchange for a rod, and I will see if we can actually do Lich in this current trip. It seems doable. Like, if we can get through that third floor, both directions, got a pretty good chance of getting through fourth floor, because I'll be able to potentially skip past encounters to set up a little bit of a streak on the fourth floor. That is going to be relatively better. Just trying to find less images, specters, and geists overall. And for all of you out there, a very important lesson. Why you don't do rubies, you will die just like that. You will die and vanish. Totally forgotten. Let's see what we get here. Alright, tigers are fine, even though they do a lot of damage. Fighter has the best resources for taking them out. Or running away, as the case may be. At least Sarda can go to Melmont for groceries. I have some bad news for Sarda if he thinks that there is anything of value in the town of Melmont. This is definitely lowering his property values, opening up the route. There we go, we've got our rod. Got pretty much all my heal potions still. I don't think it's worth restocking those before going into the Earth Cave a second time. I'll set it back to the same encounters as we had before. Going in was not too bad. Like, it was one image fight and one mummy fight on third floor. But I didn't look at how fourth floor was going to be. When is the next weapon upgrade? So if we get past Lich, we can get the canoe and go to Ordeals for the ice sword, or we can go to the ice cave for the flame sword. Either of those would be our next upgrade. I am currently leaning towards going to Ordeals, even though I am not going to class change, because ice sword, gold bracelet, Zeus gauntlet, and heal staff are all there. That's a pretty nice set of items. Ice Cave is going to be a lot like this, except even more undead. However, once we get through Ice Cave, I get the Ice Shield near the very end, and then we have a very, very good chance of resisting the Paralysis Touch, and so it changes things drastically at that point for dealing with them. So it's definitely a consideration that if I could get some ice gear, well, I could maybe I do want to get the Ice Mail from the Ice Cave. That's a much earlier time at which I could have fire resistance. Basically saves me the third floor walk. I don't have to think about that. I mean, taking the Frost Dragon Blizzard to the face, but we could probably survive that. Seems reasonably survivable at times. Elemental resistance to stun touch seems weird. It possibly is a bug. So they use the same element for the monster's weakness as they do for the monster applying the status element to you. Which is why sorcerers are so difficult, because they don't have a weakness element. And so their touch attack has no resistance that you can use against it. For undead, they're weak against fire, so their touch attack applies with fire. What are some examples of other elements that have touch attacks. Somebody's gotta have one. I mean, Medusa's also fire, but I'm trying to think about a non-fire example. Who is an ice monster or a thunder weak monster that has touch attack? This is actually an interesting puzzle there. I would have thought there would have been a bunch, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. Any of the poisoners? They're mostly fire-based or have no weakness. Poison you see resisted a lot less for that reason. But then again, poison is way easier to deal with than paralysis. Odd-Eye uses a spell or a skill, so he is actually not using a touch attack to apply that. Alright, there's the mummy fight. This is sleep instead of stun, so if you get hit by it, you guarantee wake up next try. So that one's not too bad. Hello, bats. I'm gonna slip by you and try to do this image fight. Oh, there is no good encounters coming up. I just looked at the 4th floor, and it is not pretty. 4th floor coming up is Image, Cockatrice, Cockatrice, Wizard. And up here is Wizard, Image, Image, Wolf. So, either way is gonna be pretty tough. I might go for it and see if we can slip past the Cockatrices. We got one more Image battle now. 2's great. Now we got the 2 Cockatrice fights. Do we have the item? Yes, do. I went and got the rod. So now we can actually go after Lich. First strike on that fight. I mean, it's also the minimum Cockatrices, so that helps as well. This next one could be the critical one. It's our last really bad encounter. And we get a first strike there, so should be good. I might get an image fight on 5th floor here, but I might not. We don't have that many steps to go. And it's Mummy and Image coming up, and we'll see if we get both of those encounters before Lich or not. Yeah, so JXL77, thank you very much for the good luck there. We will probably need it, although I'm having a lot of fun doing this. It has definitely been a neat little challenge here to get started. Alright, here's the mummies, and... Dan, good so far. There's 4 mummy hits, 5 mummy hits. Of course, Dan goes last and put to sleep. Try again. There we go. Now, can we get to Lich, or will we get an image fight beforehand? This is going to be the critical stretch here. Alright, we get to Lich. Good start there. Now we have a fun battle. You've seen how Lich rolls. It is going to be a lot like that, except we're going to only have one person being targeted by all of the status element parts of it. So the sleeps and the stuns and the holds and all that. That's what we got to get through before he rolls around to the more damage-dealing spells again. He's got Fire 2 and Lit 2 coming up after his status element ones. We might be doing it. We might be doing it. Physical attacks are great. Sleep 2. Alright, Dan, taking a nap. Got the hold spell coming up. So, can we kill him before he gets to that? Yes. There we go. Lich has fallen. First of our 4 fiends down. And please no images. We made it. We made it. That Hollow Giant's grind. Definitely exactly what we needed. Exactly what we needed there. Hey there, Chubblekins. Welcome in. Is Melmond a thriving metropolis? I don't know. We've never been to Melmond yet. This is so far a Melmond-less game. Maybe it'll stay that way forever. It probably won't. We'll have to go to Melmond eventually to talk to Dr. Oon. Do we have steel armor money? Nope, it's all spoken for. I gotta buy 20,000 heal potions right now. Right now. So I will jump in my boat and head to Crescent Lake here. What is the deal with steel armor? Well, let me tell you a story about a terrible, terrible thing that can happen to you in Final Fantasy. So you may know that steel armor is an item sold at Melmond, a horrible place that you should never go to. And steel armor is by far the most expensive armor in the game. And it'll take you a very long time to grind for it. Like, all that grinding we did on the Hall of Giants, that's about how much it takes to buy one set of steel armor. So if you've got more than one fighter, you're talking like a really long time grinding that out. And it looks like a really good piece of gear because it's got 10 more defense than Iron Mail. It's a decent size upgrade, but it is so heavy. 33 weight penalty, you're going to get hit all the time. And soon afterwards, you know, as soon as you go to the Gurgi Volcano or the Ice Cave, which are the next two places in the game, you get better armor for free that makes it totally junk and obsolete. Those items, they have elemental resistances, they have 10 weight penalty instead of 33, the exact same defense score. It will make you feel like you have wasted your life. And that is why you should never believe anything that you see at Melmond. Also, don't buy cat claws. Those are also really terrible. If you ever played this game when it came out and you had a fighter, you probably bought steel armor. And you're probably just repressing the memory now. Is this randomized? It is not randomized. We are using a plain old Final Fantasy cart on a plain old Nintendo. Xanth has bought the steel armor. You need to join the Steel Armor Support Club then. We are accepting members. Can red mages wear steel? No, it is fighter only. So at least you wouldn't be tricked into buying 4 sets of that. Alright, here we go. It's time for the heal potions. We're gonna restock back up to 99 of these things. And we've got to make the decision now for Ordeals versus Ice Cave. Or versus Gurgi Volcano for that matter. But Gurgi Volcano doesn't really help me as much. Because I wouldn't really be able to do an Agma grind right now. So I don't think I could get my levels quick enough. Once I've got the Ice Sword and Ice Mail or Ice Shield, then we have better damage output and way less damage taken for the Agma fights. So then I think it makes sense for that. So I think I'm gonna do Ordeals. Gotta remember a good starting seed to get through. I think if I do one Medusa fight, I can go in on the 3rd battle. Otherwise I need to go on to the 12th battle for the one I normally do. And that would require also setting up the sailing trip, which is a big pain. So let's do Ordeals, and let's try battle number 3 from Power On. Silver Sword grind. Yeah, luckily I know where the ogres are. If you can manipulate out ogre encounters, we got the Silver Sword in like maybe 15-20 minutes of grinding. It is so much nicer when you can do that. And like this one, with Silver Sword and Silver Gear, I could I got the money for a steel mail in maybe 35, 40 minutes, so it's not as bad, but it's because you kind of have developed over time actually optimized ways of playing the game, which you definitely didn't have when it first came out. Ah, yes, the Kaizakus. Really good money on those things, 120 gold a pop, and pretty easy to kill. I usually like to mix in Kaizakus until I've got money for the iron armor and short sword, and then at that point you can go to town. Well, look at these old men, not even slightly confused, giving me a canoe here. I haven't actually seen the Circle of Sages intact in quite a while now. Confused old men I definitely highly approve of for randomizer options. I was skeptical at first, and then I understood why it was so good. Alright, back across here. We are going to Ordeals. We're going to make that call for getting the Ice Sword, Zeus Gauntlet, Heal Staff, Gold Bracelet. Then we're doing Ice Cave. Probably about that for the night. I might get into Great Volcano a little bit, but we might finish this in 2 days. I wasn't sure with the way I was planning to split it up, whether we'd finish before summer comes done quick, and I think we will, judging by our pace so far. We're going to do any other solar challenges? Yes. So right now we're in between Season 2 and Season 3 of Final Fantasy. We finished up Season 2 last night, and it's going to be a couple weeks before I really want to start Season 3. I need to do some fantasy overhauls and testing. So I figured this would be a good opportunity to keep Final Fantasy going for a little bit, along with Dragon Warrior 4 practice over the next few weeks. So after Solo Fighter, we've got a choice between Solo Black Belt or Solo Red Mage. Those are going to be 2 and 3. And if we have to, White Mage, Black Mage, and Thief will follow. Thief definitely number 6. That one is going to be awful. Yeah, Thief is absolutely ridiculous. The other ones, you get strong enough in the late game to really improve on. I'm thinking about, for White Mage, Black Mage, Thief, doing class change. Because even though those are going to be still really rough, you'd have way less luck involvement, because you'd actually have some decent gear and better spell access to it. Solo Thief is possible, but you have to have a really lucky Temple of Fiends, and you have to do your grinding just right so that you get maximum stat gains at all your level ups, or most of your level ups up through like the mid-40s. If you just let it go random for your stat gains, because the Thief doesn't have a lot of guaranteed strength and vitality early, you're not going to get anywhere near max HP, and your strength is really going to suffer for the last couple of bosses. But if you get guaranteed 50 strength, then you're almost as good, strength-wise, as a fighter or black belt would be. And if you 50 vitality it, then you can get pretty good HP as well. That's when you're now just a fighter with worse weapons and armor. So, you'd have a chance. But it would still be a very, very rough adventure. Yeah, Mazmune would be used for all the character classes, except for Black Belt, who just punches things. I mean, Mazmune's a pretty darn good weapon, so pretty much everybody's gonna get some good value out of that thing. Alright, let's see where we need to go into Ordeals here. I think it's number 3. That gets rid of... yeah, Argoyle, Medusa, Argoyle at the start. There's 1. Two. Just found out the special swords don't do anything. I mean, they actually are okay-ish for stats. And for the thief, it's the best thing you can get until the Mazmune. Rune Sword is the second best weapon for the thief after the Mazmune. There is nothing in between. Like, let that sink in for a little bit. It's worse than a silver sword. But at least it's not that much worse. Like, most of the magic weapons are around the same strength as the longsword is. So they're definitely a bit of a bump up for anybody that couldn't use silver sword up until that point. Which I guess is really just thief. Fighter and red mage could get better gear by then. Oops. Run, there we go. Try not to fall asleep during these battles. We got the zombies coming up next. Those are fine. The real copy of the Zeus Gauntlet's right there. And that's where they kind of mean for you to get it. Since you are going to have likely this little flashy show for it. Actually, this is going to be the Medusas now. Oh, straight first. Well, good try. Good try, Dan. Medusa strike first. I don't think we're going to make it through that. But we will try again. The rest of it's pretty easy. I can get through 2 Medusa battles, it looks like. Starting from the 3rd battle after Power On. I might be able to take the Zombo on 2nd floor and only have 1 Medusa fight. But that seems sketchy. Maybe I'll give it a try. See how it goes. That Medusa fight you just saw would be a Zombo on 2nd floor. The problem is there's 2 of those, and then it's sorcerers on 2nd and 3rd floor. So you are just boned, regardless of what you do. Sorcerers are an absolute terror. But the first battle's not bad. We shouldn't have any problems with the nightmare fight. So I can afford to duck into that one twice to reduce the steps as well. I will see how it goes, taking Zombul here first as a forced battle. And see if you can do it with 1 Medusa battle on 3rd floor. Hey, I'm T-Pain. It's a random solo challenge without the random part. It is just a solo challenge. No randomizer involved. Are Zombies unrunnable? Yes. They give me good experience though, so I don't mind doing the fight. But it is an unrunnable battle here, so you would not succeed. Hey, Wesley Math. Why are we doing Ordeals we can't class change? Zeus Gauntlet, Gold Bracelet, Ice Sword, and Heal Staff. Those are all really good items. So, it is going to be much easier getting through Ice Cave with those in place. And that is our plan here, to do this and then Ice Cave. I thought about doing Gurgu, but the problem is you really can't get an Agama grind going with the current gear that you have. I mean, you could. It'd just be a bit of a pain. And the Daggett, welcome in. Hope those of you joining me from that stream there had a wonderful time and are ready for some Final Fantasy. We're doing a solo fighter challenge here, trying to crawl our way through Ordeals to get these items out. Don't even know why I'm getting that. Ice Sword and the Gold Bracelet. There we go. Alright, so take that. That's in the trash. And take that. Those are in the trash. Still need to get the Zeus Gauntlet. And we have a Medusa fight left to go. This is the Medusa fight. Striking first again. Come on, Dan. Resist the temptation. Nice, that was not bad. Hey, Monkey Breath, welcome in. Am I going to SGDQ? Yes. SGDQ is starting this weekend, so I've got my last stream before then tomorrow. So we'll have today and tomorrow, and then I'll be off until quite some time in the future. It's July 1st, I think, for when I get back. Well, this is not as good. Alright, so I have to take both Medusa fights. I cannot delay for the Zombies. Oops. Let's reset. There are 3 battles after power on here. I was hoping that I didn't need to do 2 Medusa fights, but I do. I have just enough steps to make it. And I guess I could do that place twice. Just break it up into smaller chunks. That's actually an interesting idea. Alright, if we don't do it this time, my alternate plan is to basically do what we did with only 1 Medusa fight, but I'll just do Ordeals twice, because I can grab some of the items in the first pass, and then I don't have to take those steps out of the way for the second trip through. That would let me do it in 2 passes with only 1 Medusa fight per pass, as opposed to 1 pass with 2 Medusa fights in it. So I'll try it first with the 2 Medusa approach. We had first try with 2 Medusa approach, got glanced right off the bat. Second try, we found out that that's not possible to get through there without the second battle. So, this is our first try. 2 Medusas, but with a plan. And having a plan is at least 95% of the battle. Up we go, so we're going to get our Medusa fight here coming up. Poison touch is fine. Glance, not so good. And try again. Try again. Dan has a plan somewhere in Panama next to the canal. That is what I've heard. I have seen no proof of this plan. Just alleged rumors. Never complete your solo thief attempt. Was that without class change that I get? If I do solo thief, I am very strongly considering class change. Because I think with a ninja, it's not going to be nearly as bad, although you actually have a hard time getting the spell slots on the ninja. You have to grind so hard to get past Lich that you actually have a hard time doing it like less than level 41. That is ridiculous. And so your spell slots are compromised. Ninja, we get a lot of things. You have fast, you get a weapon before the Mazmune, so you're not having to fight the 4 fiends with the rune sword. You could use the katana instead. You get armor, so you have elemental resistances and other things much sooner. I guess you don't really get elemental resistance much sooner, because by the time you class change, you can get to a ribbon pretty fast. But there's still a lot of benefits. I would definitely say left hook if you are intrigued to play. Make sure you try it with more than 1 character. That is what my best advice is going to be. And make sure you don't name that character Dan. That would also be a good bit of tidbit to use there. There we go. We got past the Medusa fight. So we did Medusa number 1. We have to do Medusa number 2 coming up. Or we have to split this into pieces. Which, we're going to give it one more try with the combined approach. I mean, we still also have a very dangerous Zombie D fight at the end. Zombie D does have paralysis touch. So they are also pretty no good. And they do a ton of damage for their hits. Drop those down. It's actually safe walking along the south edges of rooms because those are all considered an interior room. Once you went through that door at the beginning of this floor, you're inside of a room the entire time, which is really funky for the game. What is the plan for the heal staff? Basically scumming heals. Once you have the defense sword, you can go ahead and use that. Let me do the zombie D first. Double zombie D, of course. Dan is paralyzed. Snap out of it, Dan. You don't have a lot of turns. We fail round 1. Fail round 2. And we are dead. Well, didn't get past zombie D. Try that again. So I guess the downside of a double trip would be that you do have to get past the zombie D twice. Is it correct, Catman? Yeah, Catman's correct. Making sure I got 3 counted out. You definitely can't count on Dan. Dan can't even count. He can barely tie his shoes. And that's with assistance. There are some better options if you're willing to do a really long setup. So normally I would come in here 12 battles after power on, some of which have to be on the ocean, some of which are on the land. And then I would have no Medusas, no Argoyles, no Man-Cats, no Sorcerers. All I'd have to do is the Zombie D fight. But it's a really complex one, and I think it's better just give more tries at this 3-battle one than to set up the optimal one and then still have to do the Zombie D fight at the end. I under-anticipated how tough Zombie D was going to be. I thought these were going to be the challenge. And yeah, for the remakes, just the fact that you can save anywhere is a pretty enormous simplification. The items are great, like having the Phoenix Downs and Revivals, or High Potions and X Potions so that you don't have to be limited to a stack of 99, the Ethers for MP recovery. Those are all really helpful, but save anywhere is what really makes it super, super simple. Because something like this, you'd just be saving constantly going across the floor, and you could save scum until you got no bad encounters. Be really nice if we stopped getting ambushed. Try again. Alright, this time we'll try it with 1/2 instead of the full one. We'll do our partial clear here. Try to get one thing. See if it makes a difference. Also gives me more practice on that Zombie D fight. We'll find out if the Zombie Ds were unlucky, or if that's what the typical Zombie D is going to be like. I hope that we were just unlucky on that Zombie D fight, but I get a feeling like that's going to be the pretty typical one. These have been going pretty well. I was more worried about the mummies than I think I needed to be. The sleep touch is not proccing all that often, which in the base game that's true as well when you're thinking about doing speed runs for getting sleep touch. Maybe like 1 in 5 as opposed to paralysis, which feels more like 1 in 2 at those lower levels, and those odds are just going to similarly scale down when you think about how it applies to, in this case, like level 20 or so instead of level 10. This is the problem, though. All of these ambushes on the Medusas. We start at neutral start. We have a decent chance of getting through this. Should start doing the randomizer. Great idea. You should do that. Randomizer is super fun. And one of the things I like about it is that it's got a pretty active community around it as well. So if you're interested in racing, or if you want to get new randomizer features or things, there's a lot of people that are excited about it at the same time. Alright, try again. We will get through this eventually. Or we'll give up and go to the Ice Cave, which I think is going to be harder. I think Ice Cave is going to be worse than this. Nice. Strike first. Could really use that on the Medusas. I'll take it on the mummies as well. Back around through our pillar system. Always the bottommost pillar in every room. That's the easy way to remember the path here in the base game. Let's go give it a try. For randomizer, do I use emulator or a flashcard? I use a flashcard. It's pretty rare that I do things on emulator, and usually that is for route testing, because I need to have save states or another tool in order to kind of explore different things quickly. Whenever I'm trying to learn a game, really, or play a game, I will almost always do it on a console. Alright, back in. Try number something. Dan has not the ability to count this high, but I think it's around number 7. And we're going to keep with the split concept here. See if I can cut out that second Medusa fight. 1 Medusa and 1 zombie battle per trip. Seems like it would be more likely to succeed. And Overswarm, thank you very much for the raid there. Hope you had a wonderful time streaming, and hope you are ready to enjoy a Final Fantasy challenge run here with our solo fighter. Hey, Simply Jeff, can you get another random Agama fact? Agama facts will return with Season 3 of Fantasy Final Fantasy. Don't worry, they'll be back. For now, we must learn more about the graceful and majestic creature known as the Agama before we can explain it further. And Overswarm, welcome in, and thanks again for the raid there. Will there be new Agama facts? We may have a celebratory edition of Agama facts. It's been a while since I last added a set of them. The Agama Research Society has been blowing their budget on clearly non-Agama related activities. But hopefully they've been scared straight into applying their funds more wisely. I think Ice Cave's gonna be worse. You've got really big packs of undead all over the place in the Ice Cave. Those image race, you have to do the image race Spectre Geist trap tile twice. I'm thinking about for the Ice Cave, going to pick up the ice mail, which I normally don't get, because then I would have stun touch resistance much earlier in the dungeon trip, as opposed to waiting for the ice shield. So I'm gonna have to see how that changes things. It'll certainly add to the encounters, which I don't have really a plan for the extra steps for it, but I think that just means another wizard fight on the way out. And you have to deal with the Frost Dragon fight. But the Frost Dragons, they're probably just going to blizzard me a couple times, and we have enough HP to tank that to the face. Skip around 8 encounters. There's some better spots for the encounter cycle, but I need to have the boat to set them up, and it takes a while. Like, there's a path through this that has no Medusas, which would probably be pretty good. Let me see what nearby options I have. This is with number 3, which has the Medusa fight in it. So, the earliest one I could go in is number 11. So I skip 11 battles after Power On. Then I get Zomboul, Mummy, Zomboul, Mummy. I think I don't have to do the Medusa on the 3rd floor, but I might have to. And then there's a Zomboul, Zomboul, Mummy, Mummy at 15 battles after Power On. That could be good as well. Alright, let's try this. We're going to skip a couple more battles this time and see if we can orchestrate a non-Medusa trip. Because we're still going to have to deal with the zombie Ds at the end. The zombie Ds are not getting any easier. But it'll be a little bit longer for the setup here. And this is more similar to what I would do in the speedrun routes. The speedrun lets you get a lot of these battles burned off while you're traveling from the Earth Cave to Crescent Lake and then to here. So you have very little actual battles to burn off once you arrive. And that's where the boat comes into play, because sometimes you need to shift the number of steps between the encounters as well to make these cycles work out. Alright, here's the worst stretch coming up. Sorcerer, Mancat, Gargoyle, Mancat, Mancat on 2nd floor. You do not want that. Alright, last Mancat fight. So this one is 3 good battles in a row on 2nd floor, and then 1 good battle on 3rd floor, which I'm a little bit nervous about. I want to have more 3rd floor time, and so I'm going to jump ahead another 4 fights, which looks to be the best stretch overall. It's got 2 good battles on 2nd floor, followed by 2 good battles on 3rd floor. Also, we get to see our imitation discount Agamas right here. Pretty rare encounter of the Saurius. One more to go. So this will be Zomboul, Zomboul, Mummy, Mummy. And it's the most similar to what I have in the speedrun route. For any percent. For single segment, you have to deal with the Mancats, and hope that they are not Dan Cats. We could actually probably deal with 1 Mancat fight if we needed to. Got enough HP to tank a whole bunch of fire too. And we're likely to succeed running first try as well. I might consider that. Mancats or Gargoyles might not be as bad as normal. We know Sorcerer is still pretty bad. He's always going to be tough to deal with. But the Fire 2s, with 472 health, you could get 6 Fire 2s and probably walk out of that. There's our first Zombo battle. Level 20 forever. 502 hit points. I feel like that's actually really good for HP growth, but I know that there's a lot fewer strong level ups for the fighter. Post like 26 or so. So maybe I am just over optimistic about how our HP is going to turn out in the end. But it seems like a lot compared to a typical playthrough. I have not gotten the second Zombo fight, so let's delay for that. Otherwise I get a Medusa upstairs. Of course, it's another triple. Oh, Dan with the big swing. He's doing much better in this Zombo fight than the first one. Our other real alternative is to actually just grind into the mid to high 20s, which, it's doable, takes a while, but then we'd have way better magic defense. Like right now we're on the cusp of blocking those glances, and with a couple levels we would be very, very consistent with being able to shrug them off. Alright, there's the first mummy battle. That's actually... Alright, this is where the worry is, about where the second mummy battle takes place. I think I've got enough steps to get everything and to reach the end before the second mummy fight, but I don't know that for certain. And after this is sorcerers, so it'll certainly be sad if we get 2 encounters. Why did I pick Dan? There was nobody else willing to do the job. So just like always, he is my default selection. It's why he drives the airship. It's why he drives us crazy. Nobody else is prepared. Gold bracelet on. We should get the mummy battle on the way down here. Oh, this is fine. Definitely not gonna have 2 fights from here to the box. I don't think the Zeus Gauntlet really helps me here, so let's not use it. Let's do the Silver Gauntlet instead for extra defense. And another 2 Zombie D fight. If we could get 1 Zombie D, our odds would go up a lot. There's 1 down. Dan needs 1, maybe 2 more hits. Dan's not gonna get the hits. Dan's back up. Dan's back down. Dan, why do you do this to us? Why do you do this? Try again. It was a good setup though. I like that start to it. So no Medusa's, just dealing with the zombie Ds. It's gonna be work to set it up again, but that's reasonable for chances of it. Especially if I can get a 1 Zombo battle. Which, I will remind you, is 50-50. Do our check encounter. This one should be Worm. Making sure I've still got these counted out correctly. There's a whole bunch of Catmen coming up that I can't distinguish, so I want to do this one as the check. There we go, it is a Worm. And here's where your opening would be for that other one. But again, that one seems to imply that I need to do a Medusa. It's not guaranteed, because you could maybe get through the 3rd floor on one encounter. But rather than chance it, we'll take the extra 4 battles, because we have confirmed that that one is really good. There's our Saria, so we have 2 more to go. One more? And we're in. So, try again, hoping for 1 Zombie D. Or a lot of dodges and not getting paralyzed. Having the Silver Gauntlet on helped a small amount for reducing damage. I don't think there's a huge downside, because it doesn't weigh a lot. So you're not going to take a lot of extra hits because of it. Through the curly cues we go. Pillar number 2, we got our Zombo fight here. Another triple Zombo. 3 triple Zombos in a row. We've gotten max encounter sizes for like the last 6 or 7 encounters in a row. Yep, weight is not in the base game. You just have to know which formations are going to be unrunnable. I think that's one of the conveniences that is a really, really good idea overall. Like, even in the remakes, they don't give you that hint about unrunnable on the screen until you try to run away. And then it's like, alright, can't run versus unrunnable. It's something that you could display at that point. Weight is like a great way of communicating it. Or just like remove the option, but weight lets you pass turns. So I do appreciate it at times. Another max size. Does Dan have the clutch gene? I think Dan's genes have quite a few holes in them. He had a washing machine accident a few years back and he has not recovered since. There's the Zombies down. Let's go. Grab our stuff and see if we are able to make it to the end this time. Nice strike first in the nightmares. We will not have any strike first or ambushes on the zombie Ds. Being unrunnable means that you always have a neutral start against them. Through those, I don't think it's even worth trying to grind on them yet. Too little damage and too much evasion. Once you have that ice sword, though, I mean, that's a pretty big bonus to your weapon over the silver one that we had before. Hold for better evasion. Not even sure why I pick up the money. We don't really need cash at all in this. Or houses for that matter, but we do need Zeus gauntlets. I will have that for later. And for now, I will have a zombie D fight. Will we finally get solo zombie D, and will he play nice? Nope. We will not. Big hit there by Dan. Unfortunately, not enough to one-shot it. I think we'll be a good couple levels away from that happening. We got one down. Now, that's a really good start. This is not good. This is better. This is not good. And now the mercy of the RNG is going to take us, and I think we got the exact same fight. I think this is the exact same, except we had more health starting it. And look at all those failures in a row. Keep trying. I'll give it one more try, then I'm going to take a quick break to get some more water. But I want to get one more through there before I do that. Oh no, Shea Wolf. You've got so much to live for, and probably none of it's in Melmont. But if you have to go, have a good night, and thanks for dropping by. Alright, that should be the worm. Then we have the 4 Catman battles next. There's 1. Two. 3. 4. Alright. After that, 4 more battles to go. We'll do a check here. This is the Sphinx. That's correct. 3 battles left. 2. 1. Confirm this is Catman before going in. Looks good. Alright. Try number 3 on this setup. Let's get some better zombies. I know you can do it, Dan. You just gotta put some effort into it. I figure if I say positive things to them, one day they will come true. Set number 2 there. Down around before we get our big section here. So another triple zombie fight. Would you believe this is a 1 in 3 chance of getting 3 zombies? And we've had 5 in a row so far. That we've been paying attention to it. At least the zombie is only 50-50 for getting the max on those. I will believe if upstairs, or before we go upstairs shortly before, we got a non-3 zombie encounter, then I will believe that maybe our zombie luck will change. Only 500 health, Dan. You were doing so much better than the previous ones. That's okay, I will take a few less hit points if we can get our completion of Ordeals here. Dan Cats could be worse. I was talking about them, but I think that the Dan Cats are actually not that bad when you have a lot of health. And look, only 1 zombie. Our luck is coming around here. If only we could do that on the zombies. Have a very good chance of success against 1 zombie. Alright, up to our mummy encounter. Not quite maximum mummies. We're missing one mummy in the corner. One whiz mummy guaranteed, 3 to 7 of the regular ones. Get our maximum nightmares. There's the heal staff again. Minimum nightmares. And next up is the zombie fight. So let's grab the stuff and try again. Ice sword, gold bracelet. Not going to pick up the 2 money chests. Actually, we'll pick them up. Pick up those ones. Houses were 3,000, 7340, but the Zeus Gauntlet, the one in between is the smallest one. Let's get set up. So we need to have Ice Sword on you. Gold Bracelet on you. Heal Potion and another double Zombie D. One day, we will get solo Zombie D. Alright, that's the exact same fight. All the damage is exactly the same and paralyzed. Alright, let's let the encounter, or the RNG spin a little bit here. I would like to have different combat results. So now it's randomized, all shook up. What happens here? Got a hit. He could do it. He could do it here. We got him. We got the Zombie Ds. Ordeals is done. Yeah, we were seeing the same couple rounds over and over again, and I think part of that is because we only have one character alive, which causes a lot of weird effects. When monsters take their actions, what they do is they actually pick arbitrary targets, and if it turns out the targets are dead, they will re-roll the turn. So you have a lot of burned RNG values, since you're not going to be able to do valid actions against 3/4 of the party. And that causes some funky things with kind of this looping type behavior, and you can actually get stable RNG loops much more easily with one character than you can with 4. I got the gear correct, I am not class changing correct. We're going to the ice cave here with our Zeus Gauntlet in hand. So we can have something used against the wizards for a bit. We got the Ice Sword for additional damage. And we got the Heal Staff if we want to scum it, but I think we'll be okay without it. I think we'll be fine. Up until we reach the undead fights, and then it's not going to be fine. Thank you for the good wishes. I will try to put my plan into place. So my idea is to pick up the ice mail on the first loop, so that I have way less time exposed to undead battles. But I still have to get down to the ice mail for the first time. That's at least 4 or 5 Image Wraith encounters, as well as having to deal with the Frost Giant Frostwolf fights, I think 3 times. It's gonna be a fun time. And by fun, I mean we are going to have a lot of pain. Which may be fun for you all. Also kind of fun for me. I'm enjoying this. Alright, that's probably good enough. I will take a quick break, so we're at roughly the 4-hour mark. I want to get some more water here, but when we come back, we will do the ice cave. So, hope you stick around, and I will see you in approximately 2 or 3 minutes. Stay tuned. Right, there we go. More water obtained. Let us go off in search of ice cave adventures here. And I think that from all the explorations I've ever done on the ice cave, I've never found a better starting position than pretty much right by the beginning. You start off with a couple of cockatrice fights, and those are going to be the ones that I just need to slip by, but once we can do that, the rest of it is undead and frost giants. Hey there, Ice Blue, welcome in. Still looking for an NES. Top Loader really has been my go-to as super consistent for getting the right RNG and consistency between games. Front loaders, I love them. They're a great style. I think that they're mechanically more robust. I love the reset and power button options on those as opposed to having to slide them back and forth. But I have also had bad luck getting front loaders that have good RNG. I remember when Fiesel was trying to get his, and he went through a couple that had the right RNG, but took a while to clear it out. So, like, he would have to wait a couple minutes in between games of attempts, and when you've only got a few minutes in the attempt, because you're just dying at the beginning, it's a little bit of a grind to have to wait almost as long as you've got to play. And Tyrannix got pretty lucky. I hear it, well, allegedly it's 50-50, but I feel like it's a little bit lower odds for front loaders, particularly for the earlier models. I bet that the later it is, like if you look at the serial number, higher serial number ones probably are more likely to be the correct one, because that would be closer in time to when the top loaders were made. So I would guess like the initial release models are all going to be awful, and then you're going to start finding better ones over time. But I haven't had like the opportunity to really sit down with a lot of systems and test them out to see if that theory is true or not. Yeah, Top Loader has some benefits, like in addition to the RNG being good. Also the fact that it doesn't really have a lot of fussiness playing games. You can have super dirty games and a top loader doesn't care. Like, that's actually really nice as well. So I'm gonna get 2 encounters skipped here. That's a cockatrice fight. This is a cockatrice fight. And this is also a cockatrice fight, but I gotta take it because I don't have any more skippable room with the way that this walk goes. I might have skippable room. Do I turn around on this? Yeah, let's go. We just need Dan to get a good turn in there, and he's gone. There's a Wraith encounter. This one's gonna be scary, but we get out. Alright, so it would be images and race downstairs. So that's what's coming up next. Then we have our Frost Giant Frostwolf encounter for the first time. Zeus Gauntlet versus Frostwolf, it's not going to be a super good chance of killing him in one shot, but I think it's better than trying to single attack them. Single attack would definitely kill them, but it would definitely also be 2 rounds to get the second one down. So I think 2 Zeuses is a better plan. Scary 3rd floor. That'd be mage if we got an encounter there. That's why I can't really delay anymore, or else I get a mage walking through that. I don't actually need the flame sword. Only one. I'll take it. And of course we get Frost Breath. Since I don't need the flame, so I could save some steps, but does that get me any improvements? Like, I can probably skip a whole bunch of steps looking at the encounters. I know I need to route around the mages and sorcerers coming up, so I've got a guaranteed amount of time that I have to spend on 3rd floor here coming up. Yeah, that's Frost Giant Frostwolf. Let's just go down. Here's one of the scary ones. Oh, but it's a strike first. We're out of there. We're out. And let's grab the ice mail. Once I have this, I've got resistance to paralysis attacks by a strong amount. Another good first strike. That was pretty nice. Let's do that. $10 defense up compared to the gold bracelet as well. We don't really need the money. We're gonna have to delay here anyway, it looks like. I don't think I want to try. Well, let's see. Up on first floor right now, we got cockatrice coming up. That's scary. And then double Arbone. Those are perfectly nice. Arbone, our one true friend of all Arbone kind. Also, V, thank you very much for the raid there. Hope you had a wonderful stream and hope everybody joining us is interested in some fantasy of the final kind. We're doing a solo challenge run tonight. Hey there, Killer Ink, welcome in. And Tyler Pick, welcome in as well. I'm having a wonderful time doing this. Let's see, I'm gonna not do the cockatrice fight. Let's get the Wraith battle burned off. I would probably rather do Wraith than cockatrices, to be honest, now that we got the ice mail. Here's Arbone number 1. We only need the ice shield here. If I went down immediately, I would get Frost Giant, Frostwolf, Arbone, Gurpede, Mage. Definitely don't want the Mage. I would prefer not to get the Frost Giant, Frostwolf. But it's not a terrible fight anymore. So I think I'm going to drop and do the eye. He is going to be scary. Not a fan of the XXXX or the glances. Actually, I'm a fan of the XXXs. We got more than 300 hit points. We're doing no fantasy Final Fantasy until we get into the testing for Season 3. That'll be some time away. And there we go, we got our floater here. Is the eye our pal? Arbone is our pal. Arbone is our one true friend in the ice cave. Our eye becomes friendly in the Sky Castle, though. That's one that's much more accommodating. Should we do an Arbone grind? I don't think they're worth enough hit or experience points to get that done. It is a tempting idea, but I don't think it's going to work out. Alright, Zeus Gauntlet was fine. Gets me some damage on the Frost Giant in the same amount of time as it would take to kill the 2 Frost Wolves with the sword directly. Okay, remaining battles here, Arbone and Gurpede are both fine. Upstairs, Wizard, Wraith, Wizard, Arbone, Wizard, so no cockatrices coming up. It looks good all around. We'll grab Arbone instead of Wizard, saves me a little bit of time. I can Zeus Gauntlet the Wizards now, so they're not as bad as they used to be. I'm going to play all the way through. I'm only going to do about 5 hours today. It's likely that I will finish up tomorrow. I've got 2 streams before Summer Games Think Quick, tonight and tomorrow. And this seems to be the right amount of time to do this playthrough. And then maybe some Dragon Warrior 4 tomorrow if we get super fast for the finish. This has been going faster than I expected. Considering that 4 hours in, we have cleared the ice cave out and are ready to get our skyboat. And importantly, beginning our Agama grind. I could maybe see doing this in a single setting if I was starting a little bit earlier in the night. Was that a first try ice cave? It was indeed. A very fine ice cave right there. As compared to Ordeals, Marsh Cave, and Astos, which all took a couple of attempts. Earth Cave was also not bad. Earth Cave went much smoother than I expected. Marsh Cave was all about the crawls. Those were the big sticking point there. Astos all about rub. First time we got a non-rub, we got him. And Ordeals turned out to be a problem for a variety of reasons. But particularly the Medusas and the Zombie. I was not expecting the Zombies to be like that at the end. We got double Zombie every single time we tried. There was not a single Zombie fight to be had. And I feel like it would have been a lot less struggle if we had gotten that. But it's okay, we are past that point. We are over to claim our airship reward here. How did I beat Astos? Pretty early on, Silver Sword does break his absorb. Like, I was level like 9 or 10, and doing around 10 to 20 damage a hit. This is very different than, say, the Fighter or the Black Belt, who needs way more grinding to be ready for that. The Fighter gets the Silver Sword, and that is just a huge improvement. Alright, so now that we got an airship, let me go ahead and think about our next destination. I don't really want to do the Gurga Volcano trip right now, even though I will want to grab a lot of Agamas in due time. Hey there, Sir System Error, welcome in. I'm thinking about Waterfall first. Waterfall would let me get a ribbon in there. Could probably stand to pick up a pro ring here as well. Which means I can't carry my Zeus gauntlet around, but that's something that seems pretty situational, so I'll have an idea in advance if I want the Zeus or not. May end up grabbing the cash out of Cardia because I don't have bottle plus pro ring money. I still have gold bracelet. I got the gold bracelet in Ordeals, and I don't need that anymore. Waterfall also has the defense sword, yes. I'll definitely be keeping that as one of my weapons. Probably defense sword, heal staff, mage staff. You could argue between mage staff and Thor hammer of which of the two that you want. Well, no trips to Bahamut's unnecessarily long hallways because we are not allowed to class change. So I will go here instead. Let's go and grab our pro ring. Yeah, no real compulsion on the Fiend Order, so that's something that could work out very nicely over time there. Is to start Sea Shrine, but then go back to finish Sea Shrine after having grabbed the Thor Hammer. Your Wizard Staff is single monster, so Confuse is going to have a check every round for the monster to recover. And a lot of monsters, that's going to be a pretty high chance of recovery happening. So you have a little bit of a problem with keeping them locked down like that. Most monsters that are worth fighting are probably not going to be confusable. Or if you do land it, they're going to just snap out of it next turn. Also, sadly, no cat claw money. Simply can't afford it. I shouldn't have bought all those useless soft potions. I would have been able to get the cat claw instead. Wouldn't have even been close. Would not have even been close to afford it. Instead, let's get our Oxiel here. Turn the bottle in, and then I can go do Waterfall and top half a Sea Shrine together. That would be an idea. I could avoid all the ghosts. There's probably a Wiz-Hag fight I have to do. But that's okay. Nice Wyverns, I'll take them. We should be able to level on most things right about now. I am planning to do an Agama grind, probably at the beginning of the stream tomorrow, before I start doing the fiend fights. Like tonight, if I get Waterfall taken care of, top half of Sea Shrine, and get access to Mirage Tower, grab the Thor Hammer, like just get all that stuff out of the way, Sun Sword in there, then that's probably a good amount of progress for today. And we will do the bulk of the leveling as well as the fiend fights in Temple of Fiends tomorrow. I do want to make sure that Dan does not crash the airship into the mountains. Stop that, Dan. I've told you a million times to look where you're going. But does he listen? No. He never listens. Don't worry about it, Tyler Pike. I will make sure I highlight these. I've been generally putting challenge runs into highlights so that we can play them again later. They've also been a lot of the ones that I've done for the weeks when I'm taking breaks, is to do the rerun of the challenge run. That's seemingly been working well compared to some of the other content types I tried out. More people watch the challenge runs, it seems. How is Dan canoeing by himself? It is very strenuous. He's wearing many hats right now. All of them ill-fitting. And Nebus, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and thanks again for the continued support. Not dealing with this. Even though we got the armor to withstand it. It's so nice having that ice mail. That's just a really, really good pickup here for the fighter. Alright, I have no idea where we are in the encounter cycle, but nowhere near the Gasty, who has 128 battles after power on. We powered cycle before the ice cave, so we're probably like 25 or so battles in. I'll take some Mudgulls. Good experience here. Each Mudgull may be slightly less experienced than a Nightmare, but they're a pretty good fight. For a really long time, I thought Mudgulls were better experienced than Nightmares, and it turns out, 14 less experience. I was devastated. I was so confident they were better. But you get 3 Mudgulls here instead of 2, and they're easier to kill. Mudgull has pretty low health and really low defensive properties. So they're kind of a free fight, whereas Nightmares, they dodge a lot. Squint is not going to work on Dan tonight. Unless they get the lucky 3 and 256 through the pro rank. Then Squint might work. And we will be very sad. I remember the nightmares hitting me much harder in Ordeals, but I guess we got plus 10 from the body armor. And then the gauntlet, we went from silver to pearl, which is only plus 2. Which is total of 24 damage reduction on the nightmare attacks. Or on the double hitting mudgalls. But I guess 24 is enough to make the nightmares basically do no damage to us. Is this wizard mummy fight worth doing? Also, let's see if we have an out-of-bounds bat. We are coming down to him. Dan's gotten level 22. Is that a sign of celebration? Or is it a sign that out-of-bounds bat is taking a vacation? He is? There he is. Now he's back on the screen. Stay up here, out-of-bounds bat. I want to celebrate how out of bounds that you managed to get. He is almost all the way wrapped around on that one. Alright, so Zeus Gauntlet here. We're going to try to do the mummy fight. I just realized why this is a dumb idea. Cockatrices are not going to get any better. We are not doing the mummy fight. We are just running from this encounter. I was thinking, the mummies are like 2.5 agams with experience. That is a pretty good haul in there. And then I thought about some more, and it's like, nope. I do not want that. Do I want a wizard staff? I guess we'll grab it. I will grab the wizard staff for old time's sake. There is the very important ribbon. Go ahead and replace that, and that's never being taken off. Get some cat claw cash here. We get our cube. And we will get our defense sword. And now we have the ability to tank up in fights. And this is particularly useful for Kraken and Carrie, for example. That's going to be more likely to be used than the heal staff. So it looks good for our weapon selection. Hello, robot. How you doing? No, we're not doing it. Not doing it. I've learned my lesson. Even if we get a good mummy formation, it's only an agama and a half. We'll be able to get entire agamas at a time, super fast, when we go to Great Volcano. Should be no problems with XP. Also no problems with the snorting. I'm definitely happy to see that. It is my dream, simply, Jeff, to one day fill my inventory with cat claws and steel armors. I hope to make that dream a reality by the end of this. But I can make no promises as to whether that will happen. At that time we did not get punched by the Facet Mudgall, which helps out a bit. Almost backwards through the waterfall. So much practice in doing this from randomizer. Whereas before you would really never want to do the waterfall without a travel spell. Oh yeah, I was watching PJ, I think, get the mage summon, which is a bit of work. No, he was doing, after the mage summon, the bomb summon, I think. And for people that haven't played Final Fantasy IV, there are these summons for Rydia that just have ridiculously small drop rates. And PJ's probably getting a little bit worse than average luck, but it's really just horrific watching somebody grind those. And that's not even getting into the pink tail situation. Best weapon for the fighter, besides the Mazmune, is going to be the Sun Sword, which we will hopefully be getting here pretty soon. I'm going to grab the slab from the Sea Shrine, and go after the translation quest so I can pick up the Sun Sword and Thor Hammer. Oh yeah, Pinktail is going to be absolutely devastatingly bad. It's a 1 in 4,096 chance. So you have a 1 in 64 of a pink puff showing up, and then a 1 in 64 drop rate that it drops the Pinktail. So good luck getting that. And it also, like, there are like some downsides to this armor, which is that if you ever take it off, it breaks your resistances because it doesn't remove the status flags correctly. So like, you can't even like pass this armor around between characters, or else they are permanently broken for resistances. That is definitely going to be a bit of a challenge. You know what? Let me go ahead and power cycle here on the overworld. I want to see where coming up we have our Sea Shrine fights. So I know the first couple battles are bad, so we want to skip 3. There's 1. 2. 3 of those. 1 extra step should not be a big deal. And now we'll get Gershark as our first fight. Going up. Actually, is the first fight? No, Wizhag's still first. We still have to deal with the Wizhag, and then we could get better fights upstairs. Alright, so that means I do want Zeus back on. Or at least in my inventory. I can't equip it. We don't class change in this. So we'll get this done first. Basically just a slow battle. It's not nearly as bad as dealing with the encounters with Naga, who's got Ice or Lit 2 on it. Also not nearly as bad as dealing with the ghosts, or the water metals for that matter. There are some downsides of being solo, and the trap tiles that are unrunnable are one of the best examples of those, as well as some of the fights in here that are unrunnables. That one's not too bad. Alright, so no point getting the opal bracelet. We do want the mage staff. I'll make sure to pick that up on the way. Let's see, that was Sea Snake. Alright, we have Sea Snake next. And we do have a water coming up. 1 to 3 waters here. There's our mage staff. Water fight is next. Because there's no encounters on the mermaid floor, there's nowhere for me to go to burn this water fight off elsewhere, so we're gonna just have to take it. And of course we get all 3. See upstairs, they do a lot of damage. Alright, new plan. We're gonna defense a couple times and try to dodge these attacks. And hope that the defenses land before Dan dies. We got some really bad turnover that time. We need another round in here. Second defense source should be pretty good. Alright, if they hit us, it's going to be a critical hit and we die. If they don't hit us, then we win. It is as simple as that. Also, no bonus damage with the ice sword. The elemental weapons are all completely broken. Not a single one functions. Just supposed to give you a slight bonus in terms of damage if you have the correct aligned weapons. In this case, Ice Sword versus Water. But that's okay. We are used to things not fully working around here. And here we go. Alright, so this was a suggestion that I think is a pretty interesting one. Opal Bracelet. Same defense as the Ice Mail. So if you look at their stats right now, 47 absorb, 62% evade. And putting Opal on, we have the same 47 absorb, but now we get 71% evade. Because you have 10 weight penalty for the Ice Mail and only 1 weight penalty for the Bracelet. And since we've got the Ribbon, we don't actually need other elemental resistances. So I think that we are good to go there. And we don't have to actually worry about any of the other armor types that would be presented, because we can't use any of the Night Gear. Opal Armor, Dragon Mail are not available. And the Flame Mail is the same as the Ice Mail, so this seems like the best body armor we could ever get for this particular challenge. Hey there, Chris One, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Just cleaning out some of the Sea Shrine right now, trying to get our fighter equipped. We got the Opal Bracelet out of it. We got the Mage Staff. Do I want the Light Axe now? Are there any bad fights coming up? So now that we've done the water battle, we got Gershark, Wizhag, Gershark, Gershark, Gershark. Alright, we got plenty of time on this floor. So I could go grab the 4th floor Light Axe here, which is on the complete opposite side from where I am right now, but not really have any bad battles as a result. So let's do it. There's another Light Axe on the 2nd floor, and actually no, wait, I got the Mage Staff, which is going to be better straight up. Let's not do that. Let's just head back out. We'll do our Gershark fight and stick with this. So Mage Staff with Fire 2 is going to be equal to or better than Light Axe in all situations, and I don't really see myself ever equipping the Light Axe, because we will have Sun Sword pretty soon. Light Axe is actually a decent physical weapon, much better damage than you think, and the accuracy is actually not that bad. Most axes have terrible accuracy, but Light Axe is such a late game weapon that when you compare it to like Silver Sword or even Flame Sword, Light Axe tends to be the better choice. Against Ice Sword or better, which will have Sun Sword coming up really, really soon, I would take Sun Sword every day of the week. So I don't think that there's any actual use for Light Axe now that I reconsider. Level there, 23 in hand. We're about reaching the end of when the fighter gets lots of really big HP gains, and so at that point you kind of just coast the rest of the way on your vitality score. I haven't been checking on what my stats are like, because I think for fighter, you really don't need to have super optimized stats to be able to beat Chaos at level 50. Unlike, say, Thief, where things have to be completely perfect. Last Gershark fight, and only one. You know what, I don't really care if the shark runs away. Priority is kill Gershark here. It's not quite open world after Earth Cave, because until you've got the airship, a lot of places are blocked off. But it is interesting that Final Fantasy I has probably more freedom of travel than most other Final Fantasy games. Like, this is one of, if not like the most open worldish of the plot lines. It even has optional side quests, which were not that common at the time. I guess technically Dragon Warrior 1, the princess is optional. If you don't want to have her love, you can pass it up. How many heal potions did I end up using? Let me check that before I keep buying them. 18 more. Let's do that at a better shop then. I was thinking I only used like 4 or 5, but I guess there was the ones in the Waterfall and Ice Cave as well that I never restocked. Well, I will go to a shop that has heal potions in the first slot, where there is way less cursoring involved. I will also do something which I have not yet done today. We have so far been completely avoiding the town of Melmond, but now I must turn the slab in, and that does require a visit to the illustrious Dr. Un. Melmond was not required for earlier because there's nothing to buy there for the solo fighter. You have a better weapon with a silver sword, and you have better armor with a silver gear that you can get access to at Crescent Lake. So we're actually able to just totally bypass it for a pretty long stretch. But unfortunately now, our bill is coming due. Let's go ahead and sneak around the side so they don't see us here in this town. Dr. Un, what a slippery fellow! But we got him. There is our slab translation, and we can go get the chime now, and then eventually the Sun Sword and Thor Hammer from the second floor of Mirage. That seems like a pretty good spot to wrap things up on. So let me go ahead and get the supplies for doing that. The walk to get to Lufenia is actually going to be probably quite a few encounters that I'll want to take or have to take. Anything except for Frostwolves here is fine. I guess the first stretch, we don't really want Sandworm or Ankylo or Ranklo. Maybe Sandworm's okay. Crack's not going to do anything. Ankylo and Ranklo are just going to hit us really, really hard. With enough money to buy a cat claw leftover, we will set off on our adventure here. So, Lufenia and Mirage Tower, our next 2 objectives. At that point, we will have halfway done one of the Fiend Dungeons. I guess 2 of the Fiend Dungeons, really, if you want to count that for Tiamat's trip, having done Mirage out of that. Alright, what do we get? Ranklo's no thank you. Only 90 damage, that's surprisingly low for this point, given that we don't have any of the night gear yet. Yeah, we don't even have that on, so Pro Ring for extra defense. Mage Staff is going to replace Wizard Staff here. Wizard Staff would only really come into play in the Carrie fight, and I think that's kind of a hope more than anything else that I get to use it. Probably by the time that we take on Carrie, she's going to be very, very easy to beat, and we will not need to Wizard Staff her. Frostwolves bad. Do not play with the dogs. Let's take the little ear here. So that little cut in for pretty much all the towns that have that shape is a safe square, which means 1 less tile advancement towards the next encounter. Go ahead and grab our chime. that one's done, and we got access to everything-ish. Not quite able to get into Temple of Fiends of the Past. That will require the remaining Fiend fights. But everything else in the world we got full coverage for. I guess let me staff these guys. Hey, Mr. David L. Ross. More soft potions. I regret them already. I picked up a soft potion, so it wouldn't be possible to have a 0 soft potion inventory, but I should have thought about that. No point in buying soft potions when you only got one character. I can't even get rid of them. You are only allowed to use a soft potion if somebody is already petrified, unlike heal potions, which you can use a heal potion on somebody that's at full health. They were not clever enough to recognize that. Much easily one-shotting the giants now. Do I want to do Guard Vampire Guard at the start of Mirage? The problem is the Zeus Gauntlet swapping in and out. I guess I could go without the Zeus Gauntlet for a while. And then put it on just for that stretch of 3 battles. You think the full HP heal potions was intentional? I don't know, that seems kinda mean. I do know that it'd be really nice to not ever accidentally use a heal potion to somebody that's already fully healed. But I have a hard time believing that they would intentionally make that happen. How many fiends? 1 fiend. We've beaten Lich. We've done the top half of Kraken. We're about to do the bottom half of Tiamat. And I'm going to just grind to my top level before worrying about the rest of the fiends, and that way we'll just chop them down really quickly. We'll have the Sun Sword in level 50 for the other 3 fiend fights. It'll be quick and painless. Well, some of us will have pain. The fiends will not feel a thing. Man, Samurai I could take with my ribbon. He's actually worth a decent amount of experience, and pretty easy to beat when you're not worried about crack. Alright, so we're going to do Guard Vampire Guard here. That's close enough. Should Dan be level 117? It's probably recommended if you check the instruction manual to get up to that level for Dan, but we are going to have to do our best without it. Three guards. Alright, so Agam and a half here. There we go. Example of a non-fire monster with a stun touch attack. Guards have paralysis in their Thunderweak. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Like, this was a conversation like 3 hours ago. But we were talking about the weirdness of the fact that the monster's weakness is used for their touch attack. And every example I could think of was fire. There is all the undead, of course, the mummies and the images and the race inspectors and geists. The Medusas are weak to fire for their poison touch attack, all of the mucks, or all the scums and things. But guards are lightning weak. There is one. Hey, welcome back, Karthus Pro. We're losing steam. I think we're getting pretty close to a good spot to wrap it up. Vampire's touch is stun attack, yes. But he's a fire weak monster. He has touch attack and he has dazzle. Lich also has touch attack and he has hold and sleep too. They've just got a lot of options that all mostly do the same thing. I guess they're not entirely the same. Like, you're trading a lower rate for it proccing with really big damage. in the case of Vampire, really small damage in the case of Lich. After guard, Vampire Guard, we unfortunately have the Catman. Not a really good fight, especially in packs of 4. I will pass on that. Coming up, Cerebus. That is, if I'm willing to get some Scorching, probably a decent amount of experience overall. Will there be a Wormek? I think Wormek is a bit of a tough one. But I guess I shouldn't rule him out as a possibility. There's my Thor Hammer for lightning. I really don't need the heal staff, so this lets me avoid having to pull the Zeus Gauntlet out for right now. So defense mage Thor. We're gonna grab, not the Dragon Mail, grab the Sun Sword. There we go. That's the one I want. So now Ice Sword is done. We never need to go back to that thing. Those we're hanging on to. Dragon we never need to go back to. Ice we never need to go back to. So we just got Zeus out there if we need it. Alright. That looks reasonable. I mean, Wormek is mostly about just taking the time to find him. And since I normally have a route that has to delay to avoid Wormek, it's probably pretty easy to grab a Wormek fight going up there. It'll be a little bit less exciting than you think, but we could do it. A non-fasted fighter with the Sun Sword versus Wormek at level 50 should be pretty likely to win. Also, these things, 1/2 of an Agama apiece. So we will grab the XP on the way. You accidentally Wormek all the time. For the setup that I've got for the speedrun, it's really easy to get Wormeks, because you're basically going through there at the right moment. But I'm not entirely sure with this one, where it would end up. If I end up skipping some of the treasure chests that I normally grab, then it might be tougher to find him than normal. Alright, we got a bad mummy fight coming up. Actually, shouldn't be too bad if we get off this floor. Or if we get a really good set of monsters there. That's 2.5 Agamas, and only 1 Cockatrice to worry about. So we can take out this round with Mage Staff. Definitely liking that evasion from the Opal Bracelet. That was a really good idea. Opal Bracelet instead of Ice Mail. Once I got the ribbon in hand. The Ice Mail was completely critical for the Ice Cave, because that's why I was no longer getting any worries from the paralysis from the Image and Wraith fights, is because the Ice Mail is going to give me the fire resist that I need to block that. But once you get out of that place, it's not too far from having the airship to being able to get to the waterfall, and not much you have to worry about in the waterfall on the way to the fight, except for the mummies. They were the one potential concern. Alright, guard up here, vampire down, so let's do the vampires. I'm willing to grab some experience, it looks like. Quad vampire and a strike first, nice. We got some guards as well. Alright, we could do guard, and then consider it a good trip at that point. You got the 2 and 3 encounters, Wormack. That takes some doing. There's only one spot in the encounter cycle lets you do that. I mean, Wormack in general is actually a little bit overrepresented in the first half of the encounter table, which is where you're normally going to be, because there are no Group 8 monsters in the first half. All the Group 8s are in the second half, and there's more Group 7s as a result in the first half. Oh, man. Dan, how did you get paralyzed by guards? We just went over this. Your lightning resistance is going to make you almost completely immune to this. Damage to the mage staff, that's the same as just casting fire too. It uses all of the same logic as if you just had the fire 2 spell. So 45 to 180 is the range for monsters that are fire weak. 30 to 120 for the ones that are not fire weak. Alright, I know I said I was going to pretty much wrap it up here, but who wants to have a little bit of an Agama grind? Just a partial Agama grind. We're not going to do the full Agama grind right now. But I'm feeling like I would like to take out Carrie. So we're currently like level 25? I'll see if I can get to like level 30 or so, do the Carrie fight. I'll find out how much I can withstand on one trip here. It'll get better and better over time. But given that you only have the one stack of heal potions and no spells, you know you're going to burn a lot of these heal potions just on the trip down and not have a ton available for the grind itself. Did Ragnar find the missing children at Melmond? It turns out Melmond just made it all up. It was all a lie. Alright, let's drop in there. Reset to the beginning of the encounter cycle, skipping one battle here. This gets rid of an Argoyle fight at the start. And other than that, I am going to charge on through. It'll be interesting because I'm not actually picking up the treasure chests in here. We obviously don't need the second ice sword or the flame shield or the flame mill or anything like that. So we're going to go right down to our Agama grind and then not carry out on the way through. I'll probably save about 10 or 15 heal potions post-grind. So that'll tell me roughly how much I can afford to use here. Alright, time to bake. Have a good night. I am also starting to fall asleep. It will soon be over. But I felt like just a little bit of Agama grinding, after all the anticipation, is what the crowd deserves. So we'll Agama grind for a tiny bit. We will kill Carrie. And tomorrow night, we will finish this off, I think. We will do the rest of the Agama grinding up to 50. Take out Kraken, Tiamat, and then do the Temple of Fiends. And if we have time left over, we could do Dragon Warrior 4. Or we will do another suitable post-Final Fantasy activity. I was really thinking this would be a longer playthrough for Solo Fighter, but this has been very smooth for the early game. Alright, that was some good lava there. Ooh, but my heal potions are in a bad spot now. Why would I put my heal potions there? And the cube. Because of the cube. Actually, because of the chime. Cube was already in place. Shine must have been the last one. Alright, so in the lake, I do want to move those back. I could get rid of the houses. I could pick up the adamant. There are ways that we can make our heal potions get into a better spot. I'm gonna do some virtual highlight. I don't think anybody has been that naughty that we need to bust out the virtual highlight. That is some serious misbehavior for a game like that to be assigned. Not quite able to one-shot Agamas with the Sun Sword here, so we'll be two-rounding these at least initially, and we'll see when we get an extra hit here, which will be pretty influential overall. I'm going to imagine that it's not until somewhere in the 30s. Hey there, Inuki. How long has this been going on? Less than 5 hours. I was originally planning this to extend after Summer Games Done Quick, but I think we will finish it up tomorrow. I'll do half of it now and then half tomorrow to complete it. Currently we are in Agama Grind Part 1. And it looks like we could go against Agamas for quite some time here. I'm only taking about 5 damage to 10 damage per fight. Then, 50 heal potions, which you can afford to spend here, is going to give you on the order of 150 Agamas. 150 Agamas, divide out the levels, probably looking at less than a dozen Agamas per level. Takes you into like the high 30s. One more trip to the high 40s, or maybe even getting 50 in the process, based on how much experience I end up getting in Mirage Sky and Sea Shrine along the way. Here's Dan, level 26, 618 on the HP. That is nice. I think we will cap out at 999 for this one. You were with us in Ordeals. Ordeals was probably our last struggle area. The hardest parts of this have been Marsh Cave, Astos, and Ordeals. Earth Cave was surprisingly easy. Ice Cave was surprisingly easy. And knowing a little bit better about the setups for it, I think Marsh Cave doesn't get much better. It really comes down to the crawls, and those are hard to avoid. Astos doesn't get much better, it just comes down to luck on the rubs. Ordeals I got a better strategy for. So Ordeals I could probably have done much faster. Now that I've got an idea for where to drop in on it. How many Agamas do you need for maximum levels? Probably around 300 to 350. I'm just tossing a number out here for my Agama count, but that is my expected value for reaching 50. I'm only planning to get to the 30s right now, kill Carrie, and call it a wrap on the stream. But tomorrow we will go all the way. Marsh Cave Paralysis is really just the crawl. That's the big thing about it. There's a whole bunch of poisonous monsters there. There's a whole bunch of monsters that hit you for a lot of physical damage. But both of those things are not really all that threatening to the fighter. You're going to be a much higher level than normal. You're going to have better gear than normal. So you can deal with that. Paralysis on the crawl especially, because it's got 8 attacks per round, is almost 100% chance of if it hits you, you're going to be paralyzed. And when you snap out of it, it's going to be turn order about, does he paralyze you again that turn? Do you get paralyzed before you get a chance to run? Those are all things that are going to make it really tough to recover from. I tried to check it out. You can't reliably kill a crawl in one shot at that level. So you have to use running rather than killing it as a strategy. You're going to take a bunch of bone damage while you're paralyzed. Like, there's There's a lot of complications with it that make it hard. So you have to avoid the bone crawl fight in general. You could try for the plain bone crawl, which has a chance of 0 crawls appearing. But I was going for the R bone crawl, which gives you exactly 1. You don't have to worry about the 2, but you also don't get the 0. I don't know if that was the right choice. You could maybe argue that re-rolling until you get 0 crawls, and I think the 2 battles that you would have it, is better use of your time. Because 1 in 3 chance of 0 crawls, 2 times, you're looking at that 11% chance of doing it, and everything else in there should go smoothly. Agamas do not appear in groups until Temple of Fiends are visited. Temple of Fiends are visited on Carrie's floor. You can have up to 4 Agamas at a time. It is delicious, but here in the volcano, they are only by themselves. 1 Agama is actually pretty good experience at this stage of the game. And it's not until really, Waterfall or Sea Shrine that you start seeing an Agama and a half plus. There's actually a bunch of other places I could grind, but I'm worried about the Waterfall Cockatrice Perilous. Like, very rarely, when you're doing grinds on those, you'll get somebody petrified or killed, and with solo, you can't take that chance. So that one's out. Water Elemental, Bloody, Eye, they're all in just bad locations, or they're too dangerous to do those fights. So I think I would stick with Agama, even though it's only 1 Agama worth of experience for the grind. Overdoing, say, walking around Mirage Tower. Sometimes getting 2.5 Agamas, but a lot of delay and a lot more damage for the fights. Actually, now that I think about it, is it 16 Agamas per level? I'll check after this next level, because we should be pretty much near the cap for the maximum experience between levels. I was going off of 12 Agamas per level. If it's 16, then we need closer to 400 Agamas, rather than 350. Either way, there'll be plenty of Agamas tomorrow. If you like Agamas, tomorrow night is going to be your night. There's level 28. Let's check it. Is it 32k? Yes, basically. So, it is 16 Agamas per level up. Let's go one more. We'll go to level 29 here. Kill Carrie. So I have 15 Agamas right here. Maybe a 16th if we're feeling frisky. 14 to go. $13 to go. $12. $11. Let me do this math again. 32,000 divided by Agama. That's actually closer to 14. Let's decrease from 10 to 8 for our estimate of Agamas remaining. It also decreases my Agama count back down to 350. So my number was right. 350 is the right number for it. We are closer than we think to an Agama at every moment. And if you want an Agama Fat Karthus Pro, let me see if we have one around here that the Agama Research Society has been just recently working on. Ah yes, here we go. Did you know? Each Agama's finger is independently insured. It's a true Agama fact. We are pretty much almost done with this Agama grind. Again, level 29 is where we're going to do Carrie at. Drop a couple of heal potions down, a couple Agamas down, and we will head to the bottom. Dana's doing better than you could have imagined. He's definitely doing better than I could have imagined. I was worried that this would be, 4 or 5 nights of streams, and it's looking like 2. So we'll definitely have a pretty quick completion on this tomorrow. To the point where I'm actually thinking about what do I do after beating Chaos tomorrow, but I shouldn't be super jumping ahead, knowing that there is at least a solid hour of Agama grinding, if not a little bit more. Kraken and Tiamat, probably at least a half hour. We kill a War Mech in there, put another 15 minutes on it. And then Temple of Fiends, it's like half hour for going through each time. And it might be more than one try. There we go, level 29. We got our Agamas here. Let's go. Get our Fiend as well. Hey, Environmental. He's almost, but not quite, as good of a fight as an Agama is. He actually hits me much harder. You've got no risk of heat, so in a multi-character party, he's a little bit safer in that regard. But in terms of experience, barely 2/3 of an Agama right there. I think 2/3 may be slightly generous, but we'll give him 0.66 of an Agama. At least credit for that. And let's go into the Carrie fight here. I don't need the Wizard Staff. I choose to use the Wizard Staff. And let's see. Does Dan get the Wizard Staff to work? Nope. Carrie refusing to be confused here. I will do this until she's as confused as Dan is, if not more so. There we go. We got Carrie confused. We're going to go ahead. Defense up here. 2 defense swords, and she can't hit him with the physical attacks anymore. Fire 2, going to be really small with our ribbon already. And let's go. Take her out here. Looks like about 4 rounds of physical attacks now. Is Carrie the Japanese name? No, she's Merilith in Japanese, which is from Dungeons & Dragons. There's a monster type called the Merilith in the original D&D, which she is based off of. And in the remakes, it uses Japanese names for everything, so you'll see Merilith in the English remakes as well. There we go, 2 fiends out of the way. We are 1/2 of the way to our fiend count, but only 1% of the way to our Agama count. So let's go ahead, restock its supplies, and call it a night. I hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of this challenge run. It's a different pace than doing the randomizers or doing the speedruns for it. But I have a lot of fun doing these, particularly when they are interesting challenges overall. I think the solo characters are going to be pretty fun. This is one of the easier ones. In fact, this might be the easiest because of how good the early game is for Fighter. Whereas Black Belt's going to be as good at the end, but much tougher to get started. Probably similar for the Red Mage as well. Red Mage is probably a little bit worse at the beginning and at the end compared to this. Fighter was the easiest one for you. This is my guess as well. I think Fighter is going to be easier, is the easiest, followed by Black Belt, followed by Red Mage, followed by White Mage, followed by Black Mage, followed by a lot of things, and then the Thief. And then the Thief at the end. But thankfully, the Thief will not be anytime soon. We've got, instead, a pause for the night. We will come back here 7 p.m.